morning.
Morning, Judge.
Are there any issues before the jury comes in?
Just one thing. The first witness will be Dr. Andrew. There were some exhibits in the first trial, 49 to 54, that are still marked as ID. There was an order from Judge Horan that those would be admitted as full, so I'm just hoping that.
All right, any objection to 49 to 54, you said? 49 to 54? Is that what it is? All right.
Yes.
So exhibits 49 through 54, the ID will be stricken. They'll be full exhibits.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and bring in the jury. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. While you are getting your notes ready, I am going to ask the state to call its next witness.
State calls Thomas Andrew.
And I think that scraping noise you hear outside is they're trying to clear some ice from the driveway. Hopefully it won't last long. If it's too distracting for you, though, let me know and we'll see if we can have them stop. Okay?
Right on the right.
All right, good morning, sir. Good morning. If you could step into the witness box, remain standing for just a moment, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. It works best if you keep it about 6 to 8 inches away, so you don't have to sit too close to it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could start, please, just by introducing yourself to the jury.
My name's Thomas A. Andrew, A-N-D-R-E-W.
And did you previously work for the New Hampshire office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes,
How long did you work there?
20 years.
Was that up until you retired?
I retired from state service in 2017,
And what was your title when you retired?
Chief Medical Examiner.
What were your primary responsibilities when with the office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
The medical examiner's office is established by law, and we are charged with a number of things, but primarily it's the investigation of sudden, unexpected, or violent death. There are 25 categories of death that this law spells out that the medical examiner's office is required to investigate. Now, that investigation may or may not include everything up to and including an autopsy of the deceased. The goal, of course, is to determine, if possible, the cause of death, what brought their death about, and the manner of death, whether it's natural or otherwise. There are other duties that the medical examiner's office has. By we, I mean the chief and the deputy chief, have teaching appointments at Dartmouth and other schools. We do other educational activities. We sit on various councils and fatality review boards, and we educate students in the office, whether they're medical students or PA students, and we also do a bit, now it's a small office, but a bit of research and publishing.
And prior to being employed at the New Hampshire office of the Chief Medical Examiner, did you work at a different office?
Yes.
Where was that?
I was a city medical examiner for the city of New York from 1991 to 1997.
What were your responsibilities with the New York City Medical Examiner's office?
that evolved over time. In '91, I was a trainee. I had just come out of pathology residency and was a forensic pathology fellow and did my subspecialty training in that office. The chief at that time invited me to stay on staff, and I was initially assigned to the Brooklyn office. There are 5 boroughs in the city of New York. Each one had, at the time, had its own freestanding medical examiner's division. So I started in Brooklyn and then eventually was transferred to the Staten Island office, which is Richmond County, and I was acting deputy chief there for just a few months before I was appointed chief medical examiner here in New Hampshire.
What do you do for work now?
After retirement, I did maintain a consulting practice under the name of White Mountain Forensic Consulting Services, and I provide forensic, medical, and pathology consultation services to various entities, lawyers, insurance companies, police agencies, defenders, that sort of thing. I also went to seminary after graduation and currently serve as the Protestant chaplain of the Daniel Webster Council of the Boy Scouts and have local appointments as an associate pastor at 2 different churches.
You mentioned autopsies a little while ago. Can you please explain for the jury what an autopsy is?
An autopsy is a very detailed surgical examination of the remains of a person who has died. And that examination consists in several stages. The first stage is, now we're talking about the forensic autopsy, we're not talking about something that happens in a hospital. The first stage of a forensic autopsy is examining the body just as it came from the scene of death, whether it is the street in a traffic crash or the hospital in a hospital death, or as in this case, at a semi-outdoor scene. So the body is inspected just as it was at the scene, with nothing having been removed. Then anything that's on or around the decedent is taken off, and the decedent is examined a second time without any clothing. Just like the first examination, that is documented with photographs or sketches or what have you. Then the body is cleaned of any debris or blood or anything that's obscuring a direct look at the skin, and is inspected for a third time. And it's at this time where you specifically document any and all abnormalities on the surface of the skin, tumors, injuries, et cetera, et cetera. Once again, documented with images and sketches. It's only after this third external examination that the internal examination takes place. There's a Y-shaped incision that's made in the front of the body that allows the doctor to basically open the body and then do a systematic examination of each of the organ systems. If there's trauma involved, you want to correlate what you're seeing on the outside of the body with what you see on the inside of the body. During that internal examination, various fluid and tissue specimens are taken to either analyze in the laboratory or look at under the microscope. In some instances, and I believe it was the case in one of the 2 autopsies that we'll discuss today, you do additional studies with another expert, and in this case, I asked the assistance of a neuropathology expert or a brain pathologist to clarify the injuries of one of the 2 decedents.
And about how many autopsies have you performed over the course of your career?
Roughly 6,000 or so.
And during the approximately 6,000 autopsies you performed, have you examined various types of wounds to determine their cause?
I have.
Do those include both blunt impact wounds as well as stab wounds?
Yes.
And just as a general approximation, how many stab wounds have you seen over the course of your career?
Hundreds,
What about blunt impact injuries?
thousands.
And let's talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you get your undergraduate degree?
University of Dayton, Ohio, recently lost to Arizona in the round of 32.
And what degree did you receive there?
Bachelor of Science in Pre-Medical Studies.
Did you then go on to medical school?
I did. I went to the University of Cincinnati College of Medicine, graduated there in 1978.
And can you
That's
give
not
us...
true.
Oh, sorry.
That's 78 was undergrad, 82 was med school. It's a long, long time ago.
Can you give us a summary of the training you received after medical school until you became employed as a medical examiner?
After medical school, I matched in pediatrics at the Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center, did a full residency in pediatrics there, stayed on an extra year as co-chief resident of pediatrics with two other co-chief residents, and then went out into private practice in ambulatory pediatrics in suburban Cincinnati with a 6-person group. Was there from 86 to 88, at which time I went back to the University of Cincinnati and did a second residency, this one in anatomical pathology. After completing that, that's when I relocated to New York City to do subspecialty training in forensic pathology, where I was from 91 to 97, and then here to New Hampshire in 97.
Are you board certified in any areas of medicine?
I have board certification in pediatrics from the American Academy of Pediatrics, or excuse me, American Board of Pediatrics, and in anatomical and forensic pathology, both boards from the American Board of Pathology.
You've said the word pathology a few times now. What does pathology mean?
Pathology is a branch of medicine. It's a subspecialty of medicine that focuses on disease and injury.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathologists apply all of the medical and scientific principles of basic anatomical pathology specifically to the investigation of sudden, unexpected, and violent death.
So would I be fair to describe you as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And when you conduct an autopsy and act as a forensic pathologist, I think you mentioned this earlier, but is determining cause and manner of death something that you do?
Correct.
Can you tell us what both cause and manner of death mean in your profession?
The cause of death that you see on a death certificate is the disease or injury or combination of those two things that initiates an ultimately lethal train of events, and without which death would not have occurred. Gunshot wound of the head with perforation of the brain. Cancer of the lung with metastasis to the bone. That's the cause. There are hundreds of causes of death. Manner of death is a single one-word description of how the death came about. And on the New Hampshire certificate, there are only 5 manners of death. Death can be natural, accidental, suicide, homicide, or in rare circumstances, even after autopsy and complete investigation, undetermined.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology before?
Yes,
About how many times?
low 3 figures.
And in which courts have you been qualified?
Certainly all 10 superior courts here in New Hampshire, but I have testified as an expert witness in probably 8 or 9 other states.
All right, at this time the state offers Dr. Andrew as an expert in medicine and forensic pathology.
Is there any objection? To be so qualified, thank you.
So I want to turn now to the work you did in this case. Did you perform an autopsy on Jenna Pellegrini on January 31st of 2017?
I did.
How old was Miss Pellegrini when you examined her?
32.
Was Miss Pellegrini's body wrapped when it came to you?
Yes.
What was the outermost wrapping?
The outermost of many layers of wrappings was sort of a blue tarp that was frayed on one side.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 48. It should also be up on the screen in front of you. Is this an image of the tarp that was the outermost wrapping of Miss Pellegrini when you examined her?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Very likely, although it was a long, long day, and it's not inconceivable that a technician took it in my direction. I don't have independent recollection of that.
But that photograph would typically be part of the autopsy process.
No question about it.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of how that blue tarp appeared when you conducted the autopsy?
Yes.
Was that tarp frayed at all?
You can see toward the left side of that image and along the bottom there is some fraying of the tarp material.
Were there additional wrappings underneath this tarp?
There were.
What were those?
It consisted of some drop cloths that were stained with paint. There was a quilt. I believe that there might have been some plastic wrapping as well. I don't have the report in front of me, but it was several layers of wrapping.
Did any of those items appear to have blood on them?
A number of them were blood soiled to varying degrees.
And are you able to quantify in any way how much blood was on those wrappings?
No.
Are you able to give a qualitative determination? A lot of blood, a little blood?
A moderate to a lot, depending on which layer of wrapping we're talking about.
And did you eventually remove all of the layers of wrapping to uncover Miss Pellegrini's body?
I did, yes.
And when you uncovered her body, was it clothed?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about that for a moment, and I'm going to approach and show you Exhibit 49. I'm going to put this up here. Can everybody in the jury see? Does Exhibit 49 reflect the outermost layer of clothing Miss Pellegrini was wearing when you examined her?
Your Honor, may I stand this? I'm not seeing this
Yes.
tremendously well.
Yes, of course, and use the monitor, use the video microphone over there. Let's see how, try to keep your voice up, let's see how well it carries, all right? And counsel, if you have any difficulty hearing the witness, let us know, we'll get a microphone over there as best we can.
And the question again?
Does that exhibit depict the outermost layer of clothing Miss Pellegrini was wearing when you removed those wrappings?
Yes, to the best of my recollection.
Did that particular garment have any defects in it?
Yes, there were some defects on the front of the garment, but it was on the back that there were in excess of 60 different fabric defects that correspond with something sharp.
And can you describe for the jury what the term defect means for your profession?
A hole in the fabric that can be correlated with something that caused the damage or the rent. It's not a tear. These have been made with a sharp instrument.
And did that outermost layer of clothing on Miss Pellegrini appear to have blood on it?
Yes.
And again, are you able to quantify that amount of blood in any way?
No.
And now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 41. All right, I can hold it. And we'll put this back up. do you see several, or two surveillance photos at the bottom of this exhibit?
I do.
And does the garment that the woman is wearing in those two surveillance photos appear to be consistent with the garment Ms. Pellegrini is wearing in this photograph on Exhibit 49?
May I see them more closely?
Yes, of course.
Yes, they do.
And actually, I have a blown-up photograph of this picture as well. Again, does that garment match the picture from the autopsy?
Yes.
And now I want to talk about the next layer of clothing that Ms. Pellegrini had on. Did you, during the course of your autopsy, remove that outer garment?
Yes.
And now I'm going to show you Exhibit 50. Does this photograph in Exhibit 50 accurately depict the next layer of clothing Ms. Pellegrini had on under that first garment?
Yes.
And does this sweater or shirt appear to be a gray color with some writing on it?
Yes, there's writing on the left sleeve that I can see.
And did this garment have any defects on it?
Yes. Similarly, a small number in the front, as I recall, but the majority, the decided majority, were defects of the back of the garment.
And I'm going to go back, and I'll put it up on the screen, to that photo from Exhibit 41. You can see circled in blue, it looks like there's a string on the surveillance photo. Do you see strings on the garment from Exhibit 50 up there?
Yes, you can see the strings here, and you can also see that black design on the front of that garment.
And do the design and the strings in Exhibit 50 appear to be consistent with what the woman is wearing in the surveillance photo?
They are consistent with that, yes.
So now I want to move to the next layer of clothing, and I'm going to show you Exhibit 51. Does this Exhibit 51 depict the layer of clothing Ms. Pellegrini was wearing underneath that gray garment we just talked about?
It does.
So this garment, it looks like a tank top. Did that have any defects in it?
Yes, it did. Similarly, there may have been a defect up toward the top, but most of the defects were on the back of the garment.
And I'm going to show you another picture from State's Exhibit 41. Circled in purple down on the bottom left there, it looks like there's a shirt with sort of a multicolored print on it. Could that print be consistent with the print at the top of that tank top in Exhibit 51?
It compares favorably with this area of the print.
During the autopsy of Ms. Pellegrini, did you conduct both an internal and an external examination of her body?
I did.
And did you locate any injuries during that examination?
Yes.
And you mentioned earlier, talking about the autopsy process, that you document injuries through photographs and sketching.
Yes.
So I want to talk with you now about State's Exhibits 58 and 59. Start with 58. And is this one of those diagrams that you would use as part of your autopsy process?
It is.
And to be clear, you didn't draw the skulls on here, right? That's a stock diagram?
Yes,
And then do you indicate where you discover injuries within that diagram?
I do.
And I'm going to now show you Exhibit 59. We'll come back to it in a minute, but again, is this a stock diagram that you used during the course of your autopsy?
Yes,
And you document the injuries on this diagram?
yes,
We see some writing in the middle here. It has some names. On the bottom it says anchor, and there's a T that's circled. Do you document other things besides injuries during your autopsy?
by my own personal convention, if there is a tattoo on an individual, I simply indicate with a T, the circle around it, that there is a tattoo in that area. Sometimes I will make notes as to what's on the tattoo, but it is described in more detail in the actual autopsy report. That's what those things are referring to.
And we're going to go back to 58 and focus on that one for now. So, can you discuss with us the specific injuries you found to Miss Pellegrini's body, specifically talking about her head with that diagram?
This diagram is of the floor of the skull. So the top cap of the skull, has been removed, and the brain has been removed. So actually what you're looking at is the floor of the skull where the brain sits. These dark lines, which are what I added to the diagram, represent fractures of the bones of the roof of the orbit. The eyes live just underneath this bone here. So these fractures correspond to an external injury that was seen on Ms. Pellegrini's forehead area.
So you were able to tell that Miss Pellegrini was struck in the head.
Yes.
Could you tell how many times she was struck?
It's my recollection with Ms. Pellegrini that there were 3 distinct injuries. And all I can say is that she was struck at least 3 times. I can't rule out whether or not she was struck more than that.
And can you tell from your autopsy what she was struck with?
No.
Why not?
Sometimes you can make an opinion, or you can draw an opinion on what specifically caused a blunt injury, because it leaves behind a very suggestive shape or pattern behind. A certain kind of tool, for example, or something long and thin like a pool cue. None of those signs were evident on these blunt impact injuries, and I have no opinion as to what caused them.
And you mentioned the fracture already, but can you, using that exhibit, describe the injuries you found to Miss Pellegrini's head?
Including the external injury?
Yes.
Or related simply to the skull?
Internal and external, please.
With relationship to this in specific, there was a laceration, which is a tearing of the skin. And that's what happens if there's blunt impact against a bony prominence like that. The skin will tear. And there was a tear of the skin just above her left orbit, right around here. And so that bony edge lacerated the skin. And there was enough force transmitted that the actual orbit itself was fractured. The force of that fracture was such that it caused a fracture line to propagate or extend through the floor of the skull, in the front part of the skull. There was another laceration up higher toward the center of her forehead that was not associated with a fracture, as I recall. And I believe there was one toward the back of her head with no fracture. The only other external injury of the head that I recall was that her nose was really purple, and you could easily detect by just feeling that there were multiple fractures of her nasal bones.
Did you observe during your autopsy any bleeding on the surface of the skull or under the lining of the skull?
In both places, yes.
Are you able to tell whether Miss Pellegrini was alive when she sustained those injuries to her head?
She was alive.
Can you tell us how you were able to determine that?
We just asked about bleeding. If you have bleeding in response to an injury, the inference that can be made is that you had a blood pressure. You had blood being pumped through the body under pressure that forced it out of the blood vessels where the injury was and into the surrounding tissues. So the presence of bleeding in association with the head injuries and the trauma to the nose is consistent with Ms. Pellegrini being alive at the time of these injuries.
Can you tell whether Miss Pellegrini was conscious when she sustained these injuries?
Well, certainly not before, but, or excuse me, she was certainly conscious before, but I can't tell, one, the order of these injuries and which, if any, caused unconsciousness. They certainly, particularly the one associated with the fracture, certainly has the potential to produce unconsciousness.
And these head injuries that we've been discussing so far, were any of them fatal?
The one associated with the fracture is bad. I mean, I wouldn't want to have it. But I don't think that any of the head injuries per se that I saw were necessarily fatal. And I did not include the head injuries under Ms. Pellegrini's cause of death.
Did you observe other injuries to Miss Pellegrini's body?
Yes.
In general, what were those?
Stab wounds.
So I'm going to switch now to Exhibit 59, and we're going to talk about those. Did you document on, oh,
Before we begin, may I correct the record, please?
sure.
I described 3 blunt impact injuries of the head and said that there was one on the back of Ms. Pellegrini's head. That's not accurate. The 3 are the one in the forehead that I described, the one near the orbit, and the third would have been that injury of the nose. There's no injury in the back of Ms. Pellegrini's head.
Okay, thank you. So on Exhibit 59, did you document every stab wound that you observed on Miss Pellegrini's body during the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
And how many stab wounds did you observe in total?
In total, I believe there were 43.
Did you find stab wounds to Miss Pellegrini's anterior neck?
Yes.
What does anterior mean?
Anterior is front, posterior is back.
And using Exhibit 59, can you just tell the jurors how many you located and indicate where they were?
These injuries have labels to them. I used letters. It doesn't mean I know the sequence of these injuries. I just put the letters on them to identify them. But injuries D, C, and to some extent E represent a series of stab wounds going down the front of the left side of the neck, down to the base of the neck, just around the collarbone.
Were there stab wounds that you located on Miss Pellegrini's chest?
There were 2.
Okay, and again, can you show us where those were located?
The stab wound labeled F is just above the left breast and sort of between the top of the breast and the collarbone. And then the stab wound labeled G is just below and to the side of the left breast.
Did you locate any stab wounds to the back of Miss Pellegrini's neck?
Yes.
And again, can you show us where those were?
Stab wounds H, I, J, K, and L represent stab wounds that run down the back of the left side of the neck down to the top of the shoulder. So from just below the ear down to the top of the shoulder.
Were the remainder of the 43 stab wounds to Miss Pellegrini's back?
Yes,
Do you recall specifically how many there were in the back?
34.
And can you indicate on the diagram where those are located?
The stab wounds on the back were basically grouped from between the shoulder blades, the top of the shoulder blades, to just above the tailbone. So it was in that area that the stab wounds labeled M through SS. You know, once you get past 26, you've got no letters, right? So it starts again at AA and goes through SS.
And speaking to all 43 of the stab wounds, was Miss Pellegrini alive when she suffered any of those stab wounds?
Any, yes. Can I say all? No.
Are you able to point to any particular one or multiple of these 43 stab wounds as fatal? Are you able to point to any particular out of these 43 stab wounds that were fatal?
Just the 43 on the back.
Anywhere on the body?
One of these stab wounds, can't remember which. One of these stab wounds transected the left carotid artery and left jugular vein. Both of those injuries would be associated with an enormous amount of blood loss in a short period of time and have fatal potential. Of these 43 injuries of the back, 14 of them actually got between ribs and into the chest cavity and into the lungs. Those have fatal potential, once again, because of the production of blood loss. Slower than this, but certainly the number of them would produce a lot of blood loss. There were too many stab wounds for me to assign a specific injury of the lung with a specific stab wound on the outside of the body. So I summarized it and said of these 34, 14 penetrated the chest cavity and into the lungs. Overall, more of the lung injuries were higher than lower. That's the best I can do.
And speaking still about these stab wounds, are you able to determine any characteristics of the instrument that was used to inflict those wounds?
In a generic sense, yes.
And are you able to tell whether it was a single-edged blade versus a double-edged blade?
The preponderance of these injuries, the decided preponderance, suggests that it's a single-bladed knife.
And how do you determine that?
If we consider what kind of knives you could deal with, there are knives that you would typically find in your kitchen that are single-bladed. Think of steak knife, chef's knife. It's sharp on one side, but the other side of that knife is blunt. That allows you to put your hand on it when you're chopping, for example. Killing knives or hunting knives, or bayonets or stilettos or what have you, are sharp on both sides of the blade. That translates into how they may look on the skin. A knife that is sharp just on one side or one edge will typically have a configuration on the skin of being sort of V-shaped on the sharp side, but as the blunt edge is going in, it leaves a flat, straight across mark. So you have V-shape versus a dash. Triangular, if you A double-bladed knife will leave an injury that is peaked or V-shaped on both ends because both sides are sharp. The vast majority of these had the characteristics of a single-bladed knife.
And you said vast majority. Were there any of Miss Pellegrini's stab wounds that had characteristics consistent with a double-bladed knife?
I can't remember without looking at my report.
And if I showed you a copy of that report, would that help refresh your recollection?
What a concept.
Feel free to take a look at whatever you need in here and then look up at me when you're done. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does. There were in the range of 6 to 8 of these stab wounds that I just could not tell. Of those I could tell, all were sharp on one side and dull on the other side.
Is it possible that a single-bladed knife could still cause something peaked on both ends like you described?
Short answer, yes. But you want the long answer, so I will give that. It depends on the configuration of the knife. Let's say you have, just for argument's sake, a chef's knife, and it's very tapered. You know, it might be wide at the end near the handle, but it tapers down to a tip. So at the tip of the blade, it might be thin enough or sharp enough on the other side that if it only penetrates a superficial distance into the skin, it can mimic a double-bladed knife because it looks peaked on both sides.
Speaking still about the characteristics of the instrument that was used to inflict the wounds on Miss Pellegrini, are you able to tell anything about the width of the blade that caused those wounds?
Only in a general sense, not anything specific. The length on the skin of the stab wound is recorded for each and every one of them, and there was a range of widths. It's my recollection, and may I please see the report, that the maximum was 3 inches. If I'm correct, you can forget it.
And I'll approach with you. Report again.
The width on the skin of these stab wounds ranged from a 1/2 inch to a maximum of 3 inches. Can a blade that's a 1/2 inch wide cause a stab wound that looks 3 inches long on the surface of the skin? Sure, if the blade is moving or if the victim is moving. But the 3 inches represents a maximum at that particular depth of stabbing. That's all that one can say. I cannot say that the knife is 2 7/8 inches wide.
Have you had the opportunity to see injuries caused by machetes during the course of your career?
Yes.
In your opinion, were the stab wounds suffered by Miss Pellegrini consistent with machete wounds?
Not any machete that I've ever seen.
Can you explain why?
Machetes are not cutting instruments per se, they're chopping instruments. They are designed to be wielded with a sort of a slashing motion, not a stabbing motion. That said, their configuration is quite different than what we're seeing here. These are generally instruments that are fairly wide and are fairly wide throughout most of their length, sort of coming to a sharp tip at the end. The typical machete is not surgical scalpel sharp, and as such, it induces what we typically call chop wounds as opposed to stabbing or cutting wounds. They have elements of both blunt and sharp trauma.
And I'm going to show you now 3 photographs that are labeled States Exhibit 90, 91, and 92 for identification only. Can you take a look at those 3 photographs? Do those appear to be 3 machetes?
They do.
And in your opinion, would any of those be consistent with the wounds you observed on Miss Pellegrini?
No.
Moving away from the stab wounds now, did you note any fractured ribs when you examined Miss Pellegrini?
There were ribs that were fractured, but I can't distinguish between those being fractured by blunt impact or simply by the force of whatever knife was used to inflict all of the injuries.
Okay, so you mentioned blunt impact and the force of the knife. Are those 2 things that could cause those fractured ribs?
Yes.
Can you explain to us how they would cause those fractured ribs?
Well, blunt impact is I think, easier in that if you have any kind of blunt instrument impacting the chest. Now remember, Ms. Pellegrini is a very small-framed individual. You know, she's 120 pounds, very thin. So if there's blunt impact applied to the chest, it can, just as that force transmitted inwardly could produce a skull fracture, it could produce rib fractures as well. From the stabbing standpoint, a fair number of these defects in the ribs were associated with stab wounds that went into the back and into the pleural cavity. But you could also have the front of the knife impacting directly a rib and not getting inside the chest, but with enough force to fracture these rather thin, delicate ribs. So either one could have done it.
Now I want to talk to you about defensive wounds. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what defensive wounds are?
Defensive wounds are described in basic forensic pathology textbooks as a pattern of injuries that is consistent with a victim trying to ward off blows of some kind from their assailant. We generally see them more frequently in stabbing and cutting homicides or blunt impact injury kind of homicides wherein there is a physical altercation between people. In the case of stabbing and cutting, we generally look on the hands and on the leading edges of the forearms, to a lesser extent the feet and legs. If the person's on the ground and they're trying to fend off their assailant with their legs, you might see them there. But they're more commonly associated with cuts or incised wounds of the hands or leading edges of the forearms as you try to avoid your attacker.
Did you observe anything that would be consistent with a defensive injury on Miss Pellegrini?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to when Miss Pellegrini was killed?
I'm not certain I fully, it seems like a simple question. But I'm not sure I fully understand what you're asking.
Well, do you certify a date of death when you conduct an autopsy?
That I understand. And I certified her death as estimated to be on the 28th of January.
And when you say you certify the date of death, is that a fact or is that your opinion based on everything you review through your autopsy?
It is the latter, and that's why I put estimated on the report. If I know a person died on a certain day, I don't put that. But this is based on the totality of the evidence as I understand it.
And what factors do you consider when you're approximating a time of death?
Time of death estimates are based on, one, investigative information. But as far as the autopsy goes, there is a group of postmortem changes that occur in a dead body that are relatively, not precisely, but relatively predictable in the timeline in which they occur. And those things are rigor mortis, or stiffening of the muscle, livor mortis, or postmortem settling of the blood, and to a much lesser extent in terms of its usefulness, algor mortis, which is the change in body temperature. Other factors can be brought into play: clouding of the eyes, food in the stomach, if there is a known time when they were last known to have taken a meal, for example, and what that meal was. And then beyond those early postmortem changes, there are later postmortem changes that signify the onset of decomposition of the body.
And can environmental factors speed up or slow down those things?
Environmental factors are one of just many possible factors that can speed up or slow down these postmortem changes, the timeline of these postmortem changes. So heat, for example, will speed things up, while cold will slow them down. That's why we put decedents in a refrigerated area if there's going to be a delay before examining them.
Are there other factors that could speed up or slow down? So, for example, if there's a struggle, could that speed up those factors?
There are many, and yes, struggle is one of them. Why? If a person is in a struggle, or if they have a seizure, or if they have a very high temperature, anything that revs up your metabolism and jazzes your muscles, those muscles are expending energy, and if you die during that struggle or seizure or what have you, that revved up energy of the muscles will make this chemical reaction occur much more rapidly. The chemical reaction that causes the stiffening makes it occur more rapidly, and the onset and then the decline of rigor mortis tends to be accelerated.
So you testified that you certified Miss Pellegrini's date of death as January 28th of 2017. Could she have died on January 27th?
I can't rule that out.
So now I want to talk about Christine Sullivan. Did you also conduct an autopsy of Miss Sullivan on January 31st of 2017?
I did.
And based on that autopsy and the factors that you've already described, did you reach an opinion to the date Miss Sullivan died?
I certified her death as on the 28th as well.
And was that certification also an estimate based on the factors we just went through?
Yes.
Could Miss Sullivan have died on January 27th?
I cannot rule that out.
And when Miss Sullivan's body came to you for the autopsy, was it also wrapped in outer layers?
Yes.
How was it wrapped?
This wrapping, I think, the most external one was a drop cloth, kind of a paint-stained drop cloth, and there may have been a couple of them in there. She had more plastic involved. There was a black plastic bag, or black plastic of some kind that was on her, and there was also another plastic bag that was largely over her head. I believe that was it.
Did you notice any blood staining on these wrappings?
similar to Ms. Pellegrini, there were varying degrees of blood soiling on the different layers.
Did you remove those wrappings from Miss Sullivan's body?
Yes,
And was Miss Sullivan clothed beneath those wrappings?
yes.
And I'm going to talk about the clothing for Miss Sullivan, and I'm going to start by showing you Exhibit 53. Does this photograph accurately depict the outer layer of clothing Miss Sullivan was wearing on the top portion of her body when you removed those wrappings?
Yes.
Okay. Does that appear to be a sweater of some sort?
Yes.
Did you observe any defects in that sweater?
Yes, there were several on the front of the sweater.
And did that sweater appear to be bloody?
Yes, it did.
And now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 40. And again, if you could compare the two surveillance photos at the bottom of that exhibit to Exhibit 53, does the garment the woman in the surveillance photo is wearing on her upper body appear consistent with Exhibit 53?
It does.
And I'll show you, again, a blown up footage picture for the jury. Again, does that upper garment on the upper body appear consistent with Exhibit 53?
It does.
And now I'm going to show you Exhibit 54. Does Exhibit 54 accurately depict what Miss Sullivan was wearing on the lower portion of her body when you removed those wrappings?
Yes.
And do the pants that she's wearing appear to be bloody?
Yes.
And it looks like the left leg of the pants is darker than the right leg. Was that due to the blood soiling?
Yes.
And looking back at that same photo from Exhibit 40, is there anything inconsistent with the pants the woman in the photo is wearing and the pants that were on Miss Sullivan when you examined her?
Jeans are jeans. There's nothing inconsistent.
And when you performed an autopsy of Miss Sullivan, did she have on various items of jewelry?
Yes,
Did that include a pendant that was around her neck?
it did.
And now I'd like to show you Exhibit 52. Do we see that pendant here?
Yes.
And now I'm going to go back, or I'm going to go to Exhibit 55. Is that a standalone picture of the pendant you observed during the autopsy?
Yes, the pendant was removed and then placed on this background in an image date. So that's from the autopsy.
And I'm going to go back to one of the images from Exhibit 40. You see something circled in red there. Does that appear to be a large pendant around the neck of the woman in the photo?
It does.
So just as with Miss Pellegrini, did you conduct both an external and an internal examination of Miss Sullivan's body?
I did.
And I'm going to go through State's Exhibit 56 and 57 with you. 56. Is this another one of those stock diagrams that you documented for Miss Sullivan?
Yes.
And I'll show you 57 for now, which we'll come back to. Is this the body diagram you prepared for Miss Sullivan?
Yes.
Can you use that diagram to describe the injuries you located to Miss Sullivan's head?
Ms. Sullivan had an injury to the back of her head. This was a full thickness or bone deep laceration or tearing of the skin. And there was sufficient force with this blow to the back of the head that it caused a fracture. It looks like a lot of different lines here, but basically it caused a fracture that emanated from the point of impact and then basically was propagated along both sides of the skull. So this is the left side and this is the right side. So the initial impact is here toward the right side of the back of the head, but the fracture lines propagated along both sides of the skull, and then they sort of broke apart like a highway that divides, and that happens naturally along suture lines where the bones are normally separated. But that's what happened on either side of the head. There were also fractures of the floor of the skull over the orbits, similar to Ms. Pellegrini. This may have been more related to some frontal facial trauma that she sustained. She had 2 black eyes, and her nose as well was quite purple and swollen, and you could easily feel fractured nasal bones. So these fractures are probably related to the facial trauma, whereas this circumferential fracture is more related to the blow to the back of the head.
And did either of those blows cause damage to the brain itself?
Well, this one was associated with bleeding in 2 places inside the skull. I'm sorry about the detail, but I mean, the anatomy is the anatomy, so I have to describe to you what I saw. The brain is basically protected by 3 layers of membranes. It's the dura mater and the pia mater and the arachnoid mater. You know, the names aren't important. What's important is that there are 3 layers. And I saw bleeding underneath the dura, which is subdural hemorrhage, and there was also diffuse, extensive subarachnoid hemorrhage, meaning hemorrhage that's basically almost on the surface of the brain, that was associated with that blow to the back of the head.
And how many separate injuries did you document to Miss Sullivan's head?
Well, similarly, I think I only documented on my diagram, and hopefully we'll be seeing that shortly, or roughly 3. I can, say a minimum of 3, but I cannot rule out that she was struck more times than that about the head.
And speaking specifically about the wound, the head wound to the back of the head, how much force would it have taken to cause that amount of fracturing and damage to the brain?
This is a substantial amount of force, and that's because of the anatomy. These bones, for example, that are up above the orbits, they're paper thin. You can literally translumen light through them. They're quite thin. You could stick your thumb through it. It's easy to fracture. This bone in the back of the skull, the occipital bone, that's the thickest and strongest bone of all of the skull bones. So it takes a much more substantial degree of force to fracture it at all, let alone fracture it to this degree. So the generic answer is a substantial amount of force.
Are you able to tell what object caused those wounds?
No.
And are you missing those sort of physical identifiers that you talked about earlier?
Exactly.
Can you tell whether Miss Sullivan was alive when she sustained these head injuries?
Yes, for the same reasons. There was plenty of bleeding associated with them.
Could any of these head injuries have been fatal?
This injury has fatal potential.
And speaking of the remainder of Miss Sullivan's body, did you also observe stab wounds to her body?
I did.
And we're going to go back to Exhibit 57 now. And you mentioned earlier you also documented the head wounds on this chart. Can you show us where those are?
I referred to the two black eyes, and there's some, measurements of how big those bruises were. The nose, that CONT means contusion, and I indicate that there were palpable fractures there. This injury represents that full thickness, that's what the FT means, full thickness laceration down to the level of the bone. And that was the one that was associated with that propagating fracture around the skull.
And you mentioned that there were stab wounds. How many stab wounds did you locate on Miss Sullivan?
The stab wounds are lettered A through G. So that's what, 6, 8, I don't know, it's counting. 7.
And can you show us where on the diagram those stab wounds were located?
2 of the stab wounds are on the left anterior neck. You remember that phrase, right? So one is located just up underneath the jawbone and the other closer to the center of the neck. One of these 2 perforated or cut the left carotid artery. There were an additional 1, 2, 3 injuries on the chest, 2 on the inner part of the left breast and 1 on the inner part of the right breast, and then 2 lower down, 1 just below the left breast and the other one just beneath the ribs on the right side.
Can you tell whether Miss Sullivan was alive when she suffered any of these stab wounds?
These likewise were associated with bleeding. So whereas I can't say anything about consciousness, she had a blood pressure and she bled in response to these stab wounds.
And are you able to point to any of those stab wounds as fatal wounds?
One of these stab wounds went through, well, I mentioned before, the one in the neck got the carotid artery. That's got fatal potential. One of these stab wounds went into the lung, through the lung and into the aorta, which is, I believe it also got the pulmonary artery. So again, tremendous amount of bleeding. These are arterial blood vessels that would bleed a lot. And again, another one of these went through the front of the low, there are 2 chambers on the lower part of the heart, the 2 ventricles. One of those chest wounds went through the front of the right ventricle and out the back of the right ventricle. So it went through and through the heart. That one has fatal potential as well.
And earlier, with respect to Ms. Pellegrini, we were discussing some characteristics of the blade that you were able to determine from your examination. Were you able to make a similar determination regarding the blade that inflicted the wounds to Ms. Sullivan?
Yes, I was. It would be my opinion that it was single-bladed weapon. There was one very superficial injury that I clearly put down in the report as being sharp on both ends, but it was quite a superficial injury.
Were any of Ms. Sullivan's injuries consistent with machete injuries?
No.
Was there anything in the medical evidence that you reviewed that would allow you to conclude it was a different blade used on Ms. Sullivan than on Ms. Pellegrini?
Nothing dispositive, no.
Did you observe defensive wounds to Ms. Sullivan?
Yes.
What were those?
She had 2. There was an incised wound or cut on the tips of one of her fingers of her right hand, I think it was the right hand.
And do you want a copy of the report to?
Can't hurt to keep the record clean. Pardon me. The tip of the left little finger. And then the fourth finger on the right hand was really bruised. It was noticeably bruised compared to the others. And you could feel a fracture in the bone that was farthest down. That finger had a ring on it, and the ring was bent, and the stone was, or whatever was in the holder there, was gone. I interpreted that as a defensive injury.
And when you described defensive wounds earlier, you described it as sort of putting your hands up to ward off blows. Would what you observed on Miss Sullivan be consistent with that?
Yes.
So I want to sort of summarize things up here. As a result of your autopsy of Miss Sullivan, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of her death?
Yes.
What were those?
I certified Ms. Sullivan's death as multiple stab wounds of the trunk with perforations of the heart and lungs, multiple stab wounds of the neck and trunk with perforations of the carotid artery, heart, and lungs. And I also included her head injury as contributing to her death. So both things, the stab wounds and the head injury, were listed as the cause of death. The manner of death was certified as homicide, death at the hands of another person.
And returning to Miss Pellegrini, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of her death?
Yes.
What was that?
I certified Ms. Pellegrini's cause of death as multiple stab wounds of the neck and trunk with, and I included the carotid artery and the lungs. I did not include her head injury, and I likewise certified the manner of her death as homicide.
If I could have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you. That's all I have for you right now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do at this point is take our morning recess for 15 minutes. We'll return to the courtroom at 11:35 for cross-examination. Thank you.
Please rise.
jury come right in.
Jury entering? Please be seated.
Attorney Nye, when you're ready.
I'm going to follow up on a question about the ring.
About,
About the ring.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the ring off of a broken finger?
I believe we had to cut that ring off.
Okay, and was the ring, the finger broken?
Yes.
And it wasn't broken by you?
No, ma'am.
So and you said it was indicative of a defensive injury.
I interpreted it in that fashion.
And one interpretation is it broke when she hit something.
That could be another interpretation. Yes.
Another interpretation is it broke when somebody ripped it off. Somebody broke her finger.
In what fashion again? I'm sorry.
If she's trying to defend herself, somebody could be grabbing her hand.
Understood. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
There's no way in how the injury happened.
There is
No way to determine exactly how the injury to her hand happened.
precisely.
All we know is that it happened in the struggle.
Yes.
One of the things you do during the autopsy is to set aside clothing, correct?
Yes.
Just to back up a little bit, somebody from the New Hampshire State Police is present during the autopsy.
Yes, there was a trooper there that was taking images, and there were also two criminalists from the State Police Crime Lab to whom evidence was being handed off. Yes.
So I think you anticipated my next question. The purpose of their presence, in addition to taking photos, is also to take evidence.
Yes.
And during this autopsy, you took a collection of pieces of material from the tarp.
I don't have an independent recollection of that. I took the tarp off, imaged the tarp, but I don't remember personally taking a specific sample of the tarp. That may have been done by the criminalists who were present. I just don't recall.
And was the ring given to one of the evidence technicians there?
Yes.
And were fingernail clippings given to one of the technicians there?
That would be a normal part of an autopsy like this. I don't have an independent recollection of it without looking at the report, but that would be a routine practice in a homicide of this nature.
And when we talk about homicide of this nature, sometimes trace evidence of somebody's DNA can be found in the fingernails.
Yes.
Trace evidence of somebody's DNA can be found on the ring.
Yes.
Let's talk about the knife or stab wounds that you looked at, correct?
Yes.
You opined that it was probably a single blade instrument.
The preponderance of the evidence that I see suggests that. Yes.
And there's nothing indicating whether one knife was used or two knives were used, correct?
I have no opinion on that.
And you have no opinion on the length of the knife,
Correct.
because it varies depending on how hard the thrust is.
Correct?
And most of them were between 2 inches or 3 inches.
I'm sorry, I lost you in the sneeze there.
Okay, they're varying depths of the staff.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
In addition to sending off clothing or trace evidence, you also send off for a toxicology
Yes,
exam.
yes, on both decedents.
And you received results of those toxicology exams,
Yes,
and they told you that both decedents had evidence of cocaine and methamphetamine.
that's not quite correct. Ms. Sullivan had methamphetamine and amphetamine. Ms. Pellegrini had methamphetamine and cocaine and benzoyl-ecgonine. I don't recall any evidence of cocaine in Sullivan.
Nonetheless, both of them are stimulants.
Yes, ma'am.
So just to be clear, when you looked at the body, both bodies had enormous amount of blood on them.
There was a lot of blood on both bodies.
And did you examine the bodies for any trace evidence of fingerprints and so forth?
That is not my role. I do not, I may collect trace evidence. For example, there were some hairs that were taken from the defensive wound on Ms. Sullivan's hand, but I don't do any fingerprint analysis. I'm not trained or qualified to do that.
Were you aware of whether or not anybody was there to examine for any fingerprints?
Other than of the decedents? No, ma'am, I'm not.
So, your role as the chief medical examiner sounds like you're very confident in your scientific findings.
Such as I presented them, yes.
You cannot tell us how many assailants there were.
Correct?
You can't tell us the size of the assailants.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly, you discussed with Attorney Nye the finger injury, what could have caused that? Could that have been a defensive wound from shielding herself from a blunt injury?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Any recross?
There you are.
All right, thank you, Dr. Anderson. May you step down. And you are excused, sir. Thank you.
State next calls Tara Elsemiller. When are we going to go to, Judge?
About 12:15? All right, good morning. If you could walk around the back side of the witness stand, and when you enter, I'm going to ask you to remain standing for just a moment and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
And can you please introduce yourself to the jurors when you're ready?
Hi, I'm Tara Elsemiller,
And where do you work?
New Hampshire State Police.
And what is your present assignment with the state police?
I'm a detective out of Troop A in Epping, New Hampshire.
And what is Troop A?
It's a barracks in the state police.
Did you work in a different state police unit back in 2017?
Yes, I did.
And what unit did you work for back in 2017?
The major crime unit
For about how long did you work at the major crime unit?
for 10 and a half years.
And what was your assignment back in the major crime unit, winter of 2016 going into 2017?
I was a major crime detective.
And what were some of your duties and responsibilities as a detective in the major crime unit back then?
I was, I led cases, I interviewed, I processed crime scenes, and I attended autopsies.
Over the past several years, how many potential or actual crime scenes have you processed for potential evidence? About.
About a little over 150 crime scenes.
And with respect to processing crime scenes, is that something that you continue to do as a regular part of your job with the New Hampshire State Police?
Yes.
And over the years, have you received any specialized training with respect to crime scene processing?
Yes.
And if you can go over some of the specialized training that you've received over the years with respect to crime scene processing.
So I have received my master's in forensic science. I'm a certified crime scene investigator. I attended the National Forensic Academy down in Tennessee that's 10 weeks long. I have attended classes in advanced shooting reconstruction. I have attended blood stain analysis classes, as well as crime scene photography and homicide investigation, as well as interview and interrogation.
Beginning in late January of 2017, did you participate in the murders of Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini, whose bodies were found outside a house in Farmington, New Hampshire?
Yes.
And what was your primary role in that homicide investigation?
I was an evidence technician.
And what do you mean when you say an evidence technician?
So I was in, my responsibility was to collect, preserve, document evidence from a search warrant.
And were you the only evidence technician who participated in the investigation?
No.
I want to go over various aspects of the case that you participated in as part of your role as an evidence technician. Were you involved in the execution of what's called body warrants?
Yes.
And what generally is a body warrant or a body search warrant?
So it's a search warrant that is on a person. We would take photographs, we would take their clothing, their DNA, their hair sample, fingerprints, whatever was in that body warrant described, we would take, like, including cell phones.
You talked about fingerprints. Are those the only types of print impressions taken as part of that body warrant process?
We take major case prints.
And what's the difference between fingerprints and major case prints?
So fingerprints is just like the fatty portion, which we all have, most of us understand that. If you get arrested, that's what they take. In major case prints, you're going to take all the friction ridges, so it would be the fingerprint as well as the fingertip, the sides of your fingers, your joints, and the palms of your hands.
With respect to obtaining print impressions in this case, was one of the persons who you obtained prints from through a judge-approved search warrant a person by the name of Timothy Verrill?
Yes,
And you see Mr. Verrill in the courtroom here today.
I do.
And if you can please identify him through an article of clothing that he's wearing.
He's got a gray sweater and a plaid shirt on.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Verrill, the defendant.
Any objection? It will.
The impressions that you took from the defendant, were those major case impressions that you just talked about?
Yes.
And what did you do with the major case impressions or prints that were taken from the defendant?
I collected them, I gave them an evidence number, and I submitted them to the New Hampshire lab.
And when you said you give them an evidence number, if you can explain that a little more for the jurors, please.
Yep. So each piece of evidence that we collect, we give it its own identification. So I use my initials, TLE, and then a number after that.
Over the course of this homicide investigation that we're going to be talking about how many separate items did you assign unique evidence numbers beginning with your initials TLE? About?
A little over 500.
And is it fair to say that you do not have a photographic memory and do not remember each one of those hundreds of individually numbered items?
Yes, that's correct.
Were numerous forms and reports prepared that documented those hundreds of individual items as well as your unique evidence number?
Yes.
And I believe when I saw you walk up to the witness stand, you had some papers with you. Are some of the papers that you have those reports that document evidence numbers and what unique evidence was assigned to the evidence numbers?
Yes.
What unique evidence number did you assign to the major case prints taken from the
Attorney
defendant,
Hinckley.
Mr. Verrill?
Just one moment. We'll
Sorry.
hold that question if you could come to the bench. And
Respect that all the individual papers that you have, they have what's called discovery numbers on the bottom right-hand corner.
Yes,
So all those documents have been provided to the defense in discovery in this case?
yes.
To the extent that you look at a document and refresh your recollection as to the particular item number, if you could tell us what discovery page number you're looking at, please?
Yes, I can do that.
And the question that I asked you when we were approaching the bench was, what unique evidence number did you assign the major case print impressions taken from the defendant? And if you have to refer to report, please do so and let us know what page number, discovery page number you're referring to.
So the discovery page number is 007108, and it's TLE 503.
So again, the TLE are your initials, and then 503 is the unique number associated with that.
Yes,
Was Dean Smoronk another person who you obtained major case prints and other evidence from pursuant to a judge-approved search warrant?
yes.
And do you remember when that was done, when the search warrant was done with respect to Dean Smoronk and his person and property?
January 29th, 2017.
Were DNA samples also taken from Dean Smoronk?
Yes.
And how are the DNA samples taken from Dean Smoronk?
A buccal swab is collected.
And what generally is a buccal swab?
It's a cotton Q-tip applicator, and we vigorously rub it inside the cheek of the person that it's requested from the search warrant, and then we bring it to the lab.
And as part of that process as well, was Dean Smorank's clothes and other belongings taken from him on January 29th of 2017?
Yes,
Among the belongings that were taken from Dean Smoronk on that day, was it include a cell phone with corresponding number 603-833-6735?
I'm just going to refer to my,
Yes.
I believe so. So it's 00617, and that is correct. Yep,
And that number on the screen is States Exhibit 24. And I'm sorry, is your monitor turned on?
oh, it is, yeah.
Great. There's a red arrow pointing to a number. Is that the number of the cell phone that corresponded to the cell phone that Dean Smoronk had when the search warrant was executed?
Yes.
What unique evidence number did you assign to that cell phone taken from Dean Smoronk on January 29th?
TLE 5.
Also, as part of your role in the murder investigation, did you attend the autopsies of Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini?
Yes,
And during the course of those autopsies, did you retain as possible evidence various items found with and on the victims?
yes.
And what were some of the items that you recall recovering from the victims, their persons, as well as nearby their persons as part of that process?
So we collected jewelry, fingernail clippings, their clothing, as well as blankets and tarps that were wrapped around them.
For each victim, did you also retain a DNA sample and print impressions?
Yes,
And did you assign unique evidence numbers for those items of potential evidence?
yes.
With respect to the DNA samples taken for Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini, on the screen is State's Exhibit 61, and directing your attention to the entries highlighted in yellow on the upper left-hand corner. They've been enlarged here to the left. The evidence numbers on this chart accurately reflect the evidence numbers assigned to the DNA samples taken from Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Pellegrini at their autopsies, specifically TLE 155 for Ms. Sullivan and TLE 124 for Ms. Pellegrini.
Yes.
With respect to print impressions taken for Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Pellegrini, what unique evidence numbers were assigned to those prints? And again, if you have to refer to your report, if you could just let us know what discovery page you're referring to.
So discovery page 000563 is Jenna's prints. It's TLE 26.
Did you say TLE 26 or 126?
126. TLE 126 is hers. And
Ms. Sullivan?
that would be on discovery page 000564, and it's TLE 158.
So Ms. Pellegrini was TLE 126, Ms. Sullivan was TLE 158?
Yes.
Also, as part of your participation in the investigation into the deaths of Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Pellegrini, did you process for potential evidence a house located at 979 Meterborough Road in Farmington pursuant to a judge-issued search warrant?
Yes.
And if you can generally, we'll start off explaining what is entailed by that process of processing a location for potential evidence, and what generally is done by you and other evidence technicians as part of that process.
So when we process a crime scene, it's done in layers, it's systematic, and we go from the least invasive to the most invasive. So we start looking, searching, collecting, preserving, documenting, and collecting, making notes, and taking photographs of these evidence items.
And as part of that documentation process, is there generally a written overlay made of the location?
In this case, yes.
And you also said that photographs, what about videos as well?
Photos, video, diagram, Faro scanner.
What about taking possible items that may have evidentiary value?
Yes, we would take samples or the entire object and collect that for evidentiary value.
And what if you see forensic items like possible blood? You also document and potentially take samples of that as well.
Yes.
So over the next couple of hours, we're going to be taking a break, and then we're going to be returning after lunch. We're going to be discussing the search that was conducted in that house, and we're going to be reviewing about 200 slides. And the first of those slides is going to be State's Exhibit 32A, which is on the screen. Is this the house that you helped process for evidence in connection with that homicide investigation?
Yes.
And what was your particular role with respect to the search of the house?
My primary role was evidence tech. I did take some photos, but mostly the evidence.
And again, what were your duties and responsibilities as an evidence technician with respect to the house?
To collect, preserve, and document the evidence.
And were you one of several investigators who searched the house and processed it for potential evidence?
Yes.
About how many days were you and other investigators at the house processing it for potential evidence?
4 to 5 days.
And were several hundred photos taken of the exterior and the inside of the residence as part of that process?
Yes.
And were those hundreds of photographs taken in the first few days of the investigation, which began on January 29th?
Yes.
State's Exhibits 32A through U. We see 32A up here, but you've seen all the photographs that we're going to be reviewing later today, right?
Yes.
And were they just some of the photographs that were taken by you and other evidence technicians as part of this processing of the house?
Yes.
Do the various photographs that we're going to be viewing fairly and accurately depict how the interior as well as the exterior of the house looked back in late January of 2017?
Yes.
With respect to the exterior photos, and we'll put aside the photograph in the middle for a moment, but the exterior photos show snow on the ground. Is that how it appeared back in January of 2017?
Yes.
With respect to this middle photo that I'm pointing out with the laser pointer for the jurors, it's going to be enlarged on the next slide. Was this photo that's highlighted in yellow, was that taken as part of crime scene processing, or was it just an overhead photo taken from Google Maps for reference?
It was an overhead photo from Google Maps.
The other 5 photos, do they depict how the outside of the premises, the residents looked when you and other investigators were doing that crime scene processing back in late January of 2017?
Yes.
In addition to taking photographs like the ones that we're seeing here, as well as hundreds of other photographs, were dozens of items of potential evidentiary value taken from both inside and outside the house as part of that process?
Yes.
And if you can give some reasons why items would be physically taken from a location as part of the crime scene processing.
So we follow the search warrant, but we would take them for potential possibly testing them forensically in the lab.
And in this case, to your knowledge, were items taken from the house for potential forensic testing?
Yes.
Was forensic testing conducted on all the items that were taken from the house as part of the crime scene processing?
No.
And again, we're talking about hundreds of individual items were taken from the house?
Yes.
Is that unusual based on your experience that every or even most of the items taken as part of crime scene processing are not even subjected to forensic testing?
That's pretty typical.
For example, in some photos that we're going to be seeing after lunch, there are multiple items in a location that appear to have blood on them. Based on your experience, would forensic testing be conducted on each one of those items that appeared to have blood on it?
No.
And why not?
Because it's very cumbersome for the lab to test every single item that is submitted to the lab. So we do a group of testing, and then based on the results of those testing, if it helps the case, we would continue further testing on more items. It just depends. It doesn't mean we stop and start. It's just somewhat of a layering process.
With respect to the physical items that were taken from the house as part of the crime scene processing that you conducted, were unique evidence numbers assigned to each one of those individual items?
Yes.
So why don't we start with a general overlay of the house, if you could describe it for us generally.
So it's a single-family home, and it's with a detached garage, and there's some outbuildings, but it's a 2-story family home set off the road with a driveway.
And going back to State's Exhibit 32A that we're looking at on the screen, does this exhibit depict various outside areas of the house and their relative locations?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you to describe the location depicted in each photo, and we're going to start with the center photo that I'm indicating with the laser pointer. And again, this photo was not taken as part of crime scene processing, right?
Correct.
We're going to be talking about a main house and a detached garage. Where are those 2 structures on this overhead photo with respect to the colored arrows?
So the blue arrow is the detached garage, and the red arrow is the main home.
And where is the main road, Meterboro Road, in relation to these 2 buildings?
It's to the bottom left corner.
So if I continue down this driveway here, this ultimately goes to Meterboro Road?
Yes.
From where was this particular photograph taken?
Closer to the roadway, Meterboro Road.
And
down
do we
low.
see in this photo the house as well as the detached garage?
Yes.
And we also see the driveway leading up to those buildings?
Yes.
This driveway, is that the only vehicular access to and from the house?
Yes.
Is this another photograph of the house taken from that area of Meterboro Road looking towards the house?
Yes.
Looking at another photograph from 32A. What general area of the house is this?
This is the back of the house.
And where is the driveway as we're looking at the back of the house?
It would be to the right,
So this area right here that I'm indicating?
yes.
And what about the detached garage? Where's the detached garage from this perspective?
So it would be kind of towards the bottom right,
Down here?
yes.
There's a car that's highlighted in yellow and enlarged on the bottom right. Was that car parked just as it's depicted in this photograph when you and other evidence technicians processed this residence?
Yes.
What generally are the three areas indicated by the red arrows here?
So the one closest to the Volvo, that's near the driveway side, that's the deck. And then there's a covered porch in the center, and then to the left, that's the hot tub deck.
And this is another porch area?
Yes,
And the last two photos are going to show those two outside porch areas. And let's start with that porch area to the right as we're looking at this photo. So where is the exterior porch and where is the enclosed porch that you referred to before?
so if you see that glass door, so you have the deck and then, yeah, to the left of the fireplace there, yeah, that would be the covered porch.
Is there a direct entrance into the house from this porch area here?
Yes,
Are we going to be seeing that in other photos after lunch, probably?
yeah, yes,
And the driveway, am I indicating the driveway with the laser pointer?
yes.
Turning to the last photograph from State's Exhibit 32A, what general area of the house is depicted here?
This is the side of the house with, in the top right corner, that's the hot tub deck.
Right here?
Yes,
And Meterboro Road would be off to the left?
yes,
As part of the processing of the house at Meterboro Road were several video surveillance cameras found inside and outside the house?
yes,
And were those found surveillance cameras both inside and outside the house taken as potential evidence as part of the investigation?
yes.
You know, I've been saying potential evidence. When you and other investigators take items from a residence, at the time, do you necessarily know whether or not those items do have actual evidentiary value?
No,
So that's why we say potential evidentiary value?
yes.
When you and other investigators are processing a scene, do you typically err on the side of taking more and documenting more rather than less?
Yes,
And why would that be?
because the search warrant only allows you for a certain amount of days, and you want to collect as much as possible, because we don't have all the facts of the case within those couple days or hours. It's still being investigated.
So again, we had been talking about surveillance cameras. You and other investigators actually took the physical surveillance cameras. In addition to the
Hold on. Just he's just
developing
developing.
testimony.
Yeah, it's allowable. Go ahead.
In addition to the cameras, was a central surveillance system control unit also recovered from the house?
Yes,
And generally, where from inside the house was that central security camera control unit found?
we call it like the finished basement office portion of the first floor.
And are we going to be seeing photographs of that area later on in your testimony?
Yes,
So on the screen next is State's Exhibit 30W. One of the still photos from that exhibit is enlarged on the lower left. From your time spent processing 979 Meterboro Road, are you familiar with the location inside the house depicted in these surveillance stills?
yes.
In relation to the location depicted in this photo on the lower left, where was the surveillance video camera central control unit found by you and other investigators?
In the direction through the doorway where,
So over in this area right here?
yes,
Was that control unit also taken as potential evidence as part of the investigation?
yes.
And what unique evidence number was assigned to that recovered central control unit? And I see you looking at some documents, so go ahead to do so.
So it's on page, discovery page 000503, and it's TLE 70.
So going back to surveillance camera recovered from inside and outside the home, does State's Exhibit 32B depict where those 6 cameras were found?
Yes,
And I think to go through the individual photographs on this slide, it's going to take us beyond 12:15, Judge. So do you want us to continue or you want us to
So
stop?
we can take the noon hour now. So folks, let's try to be back in the courtroom for a 1:10 start, all right? So 1:10 p.m. Thank you.
Please rise. eyes during entering?
Attorney Hinckley, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Before we broke for lunch, we were discussing surveillance cameras that were found outside and inside the house. We had 32B State's Exhibit, and focusing on the center photograph, which is that Google photograph we've seen before. And what do those 6 colored circles represent?
Surveillance cameras.
And let's start with the camera labeled 1 in yellow on the lower left. And is that camera's location depicted in the 2 photos highlighted in yellow on the bottom left here?
Yes.
And the photo on the right, what are we looking at here?
That is the front of the house.
So this is from the area of Meterborough Road that we're looking at the house at?
Yes.
And on the upper right-hand corner of the house is something circled in yellow. What's the object circled in yellow?
That's a surveillance camera.
And where generally was that camera pointed towards?
Towards the driveway and street.
This next photograph, is that a closer view of the same camera in front of the house pointing towards the driveway?
Yes.
There is a yellow colored card next to the camera. It's pointed out by the red arrow here, and it's been enlarged over to the right. What is this card with the number 196 on it?
That's an evidence placard.
So with respect to, before lunch, you talked about when you were documenting physical evidence that was taken, you had your initials, TLE, followed by a number. So what is the evidence number for this particular surveillance camera?
It's TLE 196.
And are we going to see similar yellow numbered cards in various photos that we're going to be looking at this afternoon?
Yes.
So let's turn to the camera that's labeled number 2 in purple. And where is that located on the photograph on the right here?
So it's on the deck.
And is it circled in purple?
Yes.
Is the photograph on the left here, is that an enlargement showing that camera?
Yes.
And generally towards where is this camera pointed?
The driveway.
Let's turn to camera number 3, which is labeled in red. And where is the camera located on these 3 photographs to the right here?
In like an outbuilding.
And is that outshed depicted here, here, and here? That's the same outbuilding in all 3 photos?
Yes.
And the next slide will be those photographs on the right. Can the surveillance camera actually be seen in this photograph here on the left?
No,
And why not?
because it's inside the shed.
And is it seen inside the shed in the photograph on the upper right?
Yes.
And what is this photograph on the bottom right depicting?
That's the surveillance camera inside.
And where generally was that camera that's circled in red? Where generally was that pointed at?
Towards the driveway and the back door by the deck.
These next photographs, do they again show the surveillance camera that's located in that shed area?
Yes.
On the outside corner of the shed, indicated by the blue arrow, there's what appears to be a light. What kind of light is that?
Sensor light.
Which means what?
So if you walk by, it'll turn on and off.
Let's go to camera number 5, which is highlighted here in orange. Is this the last of the exterior cameras that were found outside the house?
Yes.
And is it circled on the photograph on the right in orange?
Yes.
And the photographs to the right and on the bottom, are they enlargements of that camera?
Yes.
Where generally was that camera pointing at?
That was underneath the deck where the hot tub was, where the Jenna and Christine were located.
With respect to the hot tub, is that indicated in this photo by the red arrow?
Yes.
And we'll see it later, but generally where were the women's bodies found?
Right in this area right here.
So we've gone over 4 exterior cameras that were found at the house. The remaining 2 cameras that were found and documented, were they inside cameras?
Yes.
Let's go to one of those interior cameras. It's camera number 6, labeled in blue. And where is that camera in this photograph here?
So we called that there's a laundry facility, that washer and dryer, and like the utility space right when you walk in that door.
And is the camera circled in blue here?
Yes.
That same photo is going to be seen in the next slide. And you generally described that area. Did you say that there was a washer and dryer in that?
Yes.
Towards where generally was this particular camera pointed towards?
The back door.
Returning to a photo from State's Exhibit 32, when you say the back door that camera was pointing at, what are you referring to when you say that back door?
So there's a door right here to enter the home. That would be the door.
Returning to the photo showing that interior camera that's circled in blue, there's a doorway here to the left that I'm indicating with the laser pointer. To where does this doorway here lead?
So that leads into like the pool area office space, the finished basement.
And was the other interior surveillance cameras found inside this room off to the left?
Yes.
And is the location of that other interior surveillance camera shown in the photograph on the right, circled in green?
Yes.
And the next slide is going to be that same photograph. And where is the surveillance camera located here?
It's behind the binoculars, which is right here.
So we see 2 objects here that's indicated by the yellow arrows. Are these the surveillance cameras or something different?
Something different.
And you said binoculars, is that the item that's indicated by the red arrow in these 2 photographs?
Yes.
And the surveillance camera was located behind that pair of binoculars?
Yes.
We're going to return to this interior location as well as some of the other interior locations in the house later in your testimony, but first let's return to outside the residence. With respect to processing outside the residence at 979 Meterborough Road for potential evidence items, were any items found on the ground outside the house?
Yes.
And what were some of the items found on the ground that you remember?
There was an orange peel, some blue, like fibrous pieces, and some batteries.
Remember some cigarette butts as well?
Yes.
Were these various items that were found on the ground outside the house documented and retained as potential evidence as part of the homicide investigation?
Yes.
In addition to various items found on the ground outside, were there also what appeared to be footprints in the snow on the ground?
Yes.
And what was done with respect to the possible footprints that were seen outside?
They were processed. We took photographs of them and we made molds with dental stone.
And what do you mean by molds?
So if you been to the dentist before, you get your teeth, kind of an impression of your teeth. It's the same material, but we just cast that onto on top of the footprint.
And are we going to see that in a couple of the photos coming up, or at least one of the photos coming up?
Yes.
Were there also several apparent tire tracks in the snow in the driveway that were photographed and documented as part of the processing?
Yes.
So we're next looking at State's Exhibit 32C. Are these some of the many photos that were taken to document items and impressions that were found outside the house?
Yes.
So let's go through these individual photos, and we're going to start with the photo on the upper left. And what generally is depicted and documented by this photograph?
There's the tire impressions.
I'm sorry.
Tire tracks?
There's a vehicle on the upper right-hand corner. It's been highlighted in yellow, and it's been enlarged. What generally type of vehicle is that?
A cruiser.
So a police vehicle?
Yes.
It may be difficult to see, but also in this photo is they're documented some of the items that were found on the ground, cigarette butts and batteries.
Yes.
Turning to another photograph from State's Exhibit 32, what are the objects that are highlighted on the ground? First, to the left, we have an object that's highlighted in yellow, and then towards the middle of the photograph, we have an object highlighted in red. Let's start with the object highlighted in yellow.
That's an orange peel.
And what about the item highlighted in red?
Blue tarp.
And did you find similar blue tarp material in other areas outside and inside the house?
Yes.
What is the building off to the right here that
That
I'm
is the-
indicating with the laser pointer?
That's the garage.
I believe this is the last of the photos from State's Exhibit 32C. What's depicted in this photo?
Those are the castings.
So those are apparent footwear impressions that you talked about using dental stone to make the casts?
Yes.
And what is the red colored material in the snow, and what is the white colored material here?
So the reddish brown is a wax that you spray down to help with, because the dental stone gets hot, and obviously going onto snow, it can melt that, so it just kind of helps preserve the footprint in the snow.
And do we also see some of the yellow tags that you referred to before with the exterior surveillance camera? I believe it was TLE 196.
Yes.
You had discussed, and we saw a portion of the detached garage at 979 Meterborough Road. Going back to surveillance stills that the jurors have seen before, we're looking at now State's Exhibit 30Q. One of those stills has been enlarged on the right. Are you familiar with the general location depicted here?
Yes.
And where is the detached garage in relation to this? So off to the left?
Yes.
Was the inside as well as the outside of that detached garage photographed and processed for potential evidence as part of the crime scene investigation that you and other investigators conducted?
Yes.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 32D, and does this depict some of the many photographs taken of the outside of the garage that was taken as part of that process?
Yes.
So let's go through these individual photos. We're going to start with the photos on the upper left. This was a photo that the jurors saw before lunch. And this is towards Meterborough, I'm sorry, from Meterborough Road looking towards the house.
Yes.
And again, the object that's indicated here with the yellow arrow and circled in yellow is what again?
The surveillance camera.
Let's take a look at another one of the photos. This is another photo that was seen before. What's indicated by the red arrow here and the purple arrow here?
The red arrow is a surveillance camera, and the purple is also a surveillance camera.
And the detached garage as we're looking at it straight ahead?
Yes.
What general area of that detached garage is depicted in this particular photo?
That's the back of the garage.
So let's go to the front of the garage. Off to the right, we see a car. It's highlighted in yellow. It's been enlarged off to the right here. What again is that car?
A Volvo?
And that car was already there when you and other investigators began the processing of the scene?
Yes.
What is the area on the side of the detached garage indicated by the red arrow?
It's a covering.
Is there a doorway into and out of that garage underneath this covering here?
Yes.
Is that same photo, is that same side roof and side entrance pointed out by the red arrow here?
Yes.
And this is the same car that was seen before?
Yes.
So for a frame of reference for the next photo, returning to this attached roof here that's pointed out by the red arrow. Sorry. Is that same red arrow pointing to the same roof area?
Yes.
The front of the garage, is it to the left or to the left, to the right of the photo as we look at it?
The left is the front.
And what's indicated by the yellow highlighted area here?
A door.
We seeing the same attached roof with the red arrow.
Yes.
You testified before about blue tarp pieces that were found on the ground. Are there any blue tarps depicted in this photo?
Yes.
And where do we see a blue tarp? Off to the left, highlighted in red here. What did you notice about this garage door window as well as all the other windows, at least to the first floor of the detached garage?
They were spray painted.
A frame of reference for the next and last photo from State's Exhibit 32. There is a concrete pad that's highlighted in yellow. And is this where that side entrance to the garage is?
Yes.
Is that same concrete pad highlighted in yellow on the upper left-hand corner here?
Yes.
What was seen in the gravel that I'm pointing to with the laser pointer by this concrete pad?
Pieces of that blue tarp.
And can some of those pieces be seen in this enlargement here?
Yes.
I mean, they may be hard to see. I think the next slide is a further enlargement. And do we see some pieces of blue, what appeared to be blue tarp?
Yes.
Let's turn to photos of the inside of the detached garage. On the screen is State's Exhibit 32E. Are these some of the many photos taken from inside the detached garage as part of that crime scene processing?
Yes.
Let's go through each of these photos, and we're going to start with the photo on the upper left. What area of the garage are we looking at here in this photo?
That's the inside of the door.
What door?
The side door, the entry to the garage.
Where there was some blue tarp pieces by the concrete pad?
Yes.
And again, with respect to the windows here and the other windows that we're going to be seeing in the other photographs, what is covering these windows?
Spray paint.
What is this a photograph of?
The front garage door with spray paint windows.
And as one looks to the right, is this the second of those two garage doors at the front of the detached garage?
Yes.
And is that other garage door further shown in this photograph?
Yes.
Turning to the last photograph from State's Exhibit 32E, what is this looking towards?
The opposite side, the second garage door.
Going back to all four photos, in each one of these photos we have windows that are spray painted over.
Yes.
With respect to the paint on the various windows of that detached garage on the first floor, what kind of paint did it appear to be?
Spray paint.
And with respect to color, do the photographs accurately depict the color of that spray paint, which appears to be green?
Yes.
Was any green spray paint cans found as part of the crime scene investigation?
Yes.
And where were green spray paint cans found?
In that laundry room, utility room, right inside the basement.
So with that, let's turn to the main house and to the room where those green spray paint cans were found. And on the screen is State's Exhibit 32F. Do these photos show the outside of that laundry room from many different angles?
Yes.
Let's go through each one of these photos, and let's start with the one on the upper left, which is a photo I believe the jurors have seen before. We've seen this actually a couple of times. Where is the entrance to that room where the green spray paint cans were found? So you have to go around the corner here?
Yes.
And for a frame of reference for the next photo, that lattice work here highlighted in yellow, is it also highlighted in yellow here?
Yes.
And we again have that object highlighted in purple. What's that object again?
Surveillance camera.
As one looks to the left from this photo, do we see that same surveillance camera in the car that we've seen parked before in several photos?
Yes.
So let's go back to the area under the porch. Where again is the entrance to the room where the green spray paint cans were found? There's also another doorway that's more straight ahead. It's pointed out by the green laser pointer. Where does that lead to?
I call that the tool room. It leads to the other side of the deck or where the hot tub is.
Well, why did you refer to it as the tool room?
There's tools inside of it.
Does this next photo show both doorways, the one in yellow to the tool room and the one in red to the laundry room that you referred to?
Yes.
Let's go to the last of the photos from State's Exhibit 32F. This is another photo showing those two different doorways under the porch.
Yes.
Let's focus next on that door to the left that's highlighted in yellow or indicated by the yellow arrow. Looking now at photographs, State's Exhibit 32H. Are these some photos of that doorway and what you referred to as the tool room that doorway leads into?
Yes.
We've already seen this top photo. Let's go to the other two bottom photos, and let's start with the one on the left. Again, the room with the surveillance camera where the green spray paint cans was found, that's off to the right here.
Yes.
And the tool room, is this the room that I'm indicating with the laser pointer?
Yes.
Next photo is going to be that room. There's a doorway highlighted in red, and there's also something on the floor highlighted in yellow. They're going to be enlarged on the next slide. What are the objects on the floor that are highlighted in yellow and enlarged here?
Pieces of blue tarp.
And that's consistent with other pieces that you saw both inside the house, which we'll see, and outside the house?
Yes.
So where does this doorway to the, that's highlighted in red, where's this doorway lead to?
It leads to underneath the deck where the hot tub is and where Christine and Jenna were found.
So we just saw photos of the room that's indicated by the yellow arrow. Now let's go to the room indicated by the red arrow where the green spray paint cans were found. State's Exhibit 32G. Do all these photos depict that other doorway and the room that it leads into?
Yes.
We've already seen the photo on the upper left. Turning to the other photos, beginning with the one at the top center here. And that doorway that leads into the laundry room, it's circled in red here.
Yes.
Are these closer photographs of the same door?
Yes.
Well, we've referred to a washer and a dryer. What are the items that are highlighted in yellow here?
Baskets of clothing.
And the washer and dryer here is as well?
Yes.
Can the surveillance camera in this room be seen in either one of these photos that we're looking at?
No.
About where is that camera located again? What kind of locking system did this green entry doorway have?
A biometric, either fingerprint or passcode.
Turning to the last of the photos from State's Exhibit 32G, what are we looking at here?
That's the lock.
Was that lock actually physically taken and removed from the door as part of the investigation?
Yes.
Going back to surveillance stills, we're looking at State's Exhibit 30W. Is this what you referred to as the laundry room, the next room that we're going to be looking at photos?
Yes.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 32I. Is this some of the photos taken of that laundry room as part of the crime scene processing conducted by you and other investigators?
Yes.
Let's go through the photos and let's start with the one on the upper left. The white object here, this is the dryer.
Yes.
Now in this photo, the dryer door appears to be closed and the laundry baskets we saw in the previous photo are gone. Can you explain that for us, please?
So when I explained at the beginning about how we do things systematically in layers, we just remove, and we photograph that process. So we remove those laundry baskets, and that's why you don't see them in this photo.
And what is the object on the floor here indicated by the red arrow?
A propane tank.
On the screen is a slide the jurors have seen before, State's Exhibit 37. Looking at the two photos on the left, the one here, and the one here. Do you see that propane canister in either one of these photographs?
In the lower one, with the red circle.
Going back to the photo that we just saw, what is the item on the dryer pointed out by the red arrow here?
That's a spray can, paint can.
Turning to another photograph of this same room. For reference, the washer and dryer are still on the bottom left-hand corner here.
Yes,
And where again is the surveillance camera?
where that blue arrow is, above it.
Is that same surveillance camera again circled in blue here?
Yes,
What is the object here pointed out by the red arrow on the lower right-hand corner?
spray paint.
Is this the same spray paint can we saw on the dryer, or is this a separate spray paint can?
It's a separate one.
Is this next photo an enlargement of that second spray paint can?
Yes,
Turning to another photograph from State's Exhibit 32I. The same spray paint can we just saw a picture of, is it here for frame of reference, pointed out by the red arrow?
yes.
What is highlighted here in the yellow oval off to the right of that spray paint can on the floor?
Trash bags.
And you said bags, plural?
Yes,
Turning to another photograph from that same exhibit, are those trash bags again highlighted here in yellow?
yes.
What is the object to the right of those trash bags that's pointed out by the red arrow here?
That is a spray paint cap.
Turning to the last of the photos in 32I, is that spray paint cap pointed out by the red arrow, the same one that was seen in the last photo?
Yes,
This next slide is State's Exhibit 32J. Does it depict several of the items that we just discussed, the two spray paint cans, the spray paint cap, and the two trash bags that were found in that room?
yes,
In here, do we have yellow cards that indicate these various items?
yes.
So going through the photos here, and let's start with the upper left. What evidence number is given to the spray paint can that was found on the dryer, pointed out by the red arrow?
57.
So that's TLE 57.
Yes,
What is the evidence number for the other spray paint can, the one that was found on what looks like to be a stove?
56.
So this is TLE 56.
Yes,
Taking a closer look at TLE 56, did it appear to have been used?
yes.
And what color spray paint is that can?
Green.
What evidence number is the green spray paint cap that's indicated by the red arrow?
54.
So that's TLE 54.
Yes,
In addition to photographing the two spray paint cans and the spray paint can cap that was found inside this room, TLE 54, TLE 56, and TLE 57, were they taken for possible scientific analysis as part of the crime scene processing that was done in this case?
yes,
The next exhibit is State's Exhibit 62. Do you see those three evidence numbers depicted on this chart highlighted in yellow on the left-hand column, sorry?
yes,
Turning to the last of the photos from State's Exhibit 32J, in between the spray paint can, which is TLE 56, and the can cap, which is TLE 54, there were, you said, trash bags, right?
yes,
And appears that one is clear and the other is black.
yes,
Were items in each of these trash bags, the clear one and the black one?
yes,
And were those two trash bags and the items found in them also taken as potential evidence as part of the crime scene processing that was done at the house?
yes.
Did you or another investigator document the items in the black trash bag that I'm pointing out here?
Another trooper did.
Do you remember or do you know what unique evidence number was given to the black trash bag?
I believe it was GMH 15.
And with respect to GMH, you familiar with an investigator, a trooper Hildreth, Gregory Hildreth?
Yes.
What about the clear trash bag that has a card here, 55? I take it that's TLE 55?
Yes.
Who documented the contents of this clear trash bag?
I believe myself and Trooper Amatucci.
And were the various items that were found inside this clear trash bag, TLE 55, were the individual items photographed, documented, and assigned individual evidence numbers as part of the crime scene processing?
Yes.
And how were those other evidence numbers assigned for the items inside this trash bag? The trash bag itself is TLE 55. What about each of the individual items found inside the trash bag?
So I gave them like a secondary number, letter actually assigned, so it would be 55 A, B, C until we documented all of them.
So all the items that were found in this trash bag will also be TLE 55, but also have a letter adjoining it as well?
Yes.
So the next slide is State's Exhibit 32L. Are these some of the photos taken of items found inside that clear trash bag and their corresponding evidence numbers?
Yes.
So let's review these photos now. We've already seen the photo on the upper left. Let's look at the other photographs, and we're going to start with the one on the bottom left. First, what is the white paper that these various items are on in this and other photographs that we're going to be seeing?
It's butcher paper.
And what's the purpose of butcher paper, and who put that there?
We bring that for a clean surface to document stuff like trash bags, trash cans, things with lots of items in it.
So the white butcher paper was placed by you and or other investigators?
Yes.
And are we seeing some of the contents of that clear plastic bag in this photo?
Yes.
And each one of these items, again, was given its own evidence number, TLE 55, followed by a letter designation?
Yes.
In these particular photos, is it all photographs, enlargements of the same item found in the clear trash bag?
Yes.
And what evidence number is this?
It would be TLE 55A.
Do you recall what TLE 55A was?
Just going to refer to this real quick. So on 000505, it's a curtain rod packaging.
The photos are enlarged going from left to right. Do you see apparent blood on this item?
Yes.
And if you can show the jurors where you see some apparent blood on this item. Fair to say more than one place.
Yes.
And when we say apparent blood, why are we saying apparent blood?
Because a presumptive test in the field has not been conducted.
And a presumptive test is something that you test and it indicates, or actually, why don't you explain that for us?
It basically says is that there's blood is apparent there. Hemoglobin is apparent at this. The chemicals allow that reaction.
Did you also see apparent blood on other items that were found in this clear trash bag, TLE 55?
Yes.
The next slide shows what you designated TLE 55E. Did you observe apparent blood on this item as well?
Yes.
And where is some of the apparent blood on TLE 55E? And again, did it appear to be multiple stains of blood on that item?
Yes.
The next photo, is this another photo of contents of the clear trash bag?
Yes.
And another photo, you designated this clear trash bag, I'm sorry, this clear plastic bag TLE 55K?
Yes.
Turning to another of the photos from State's Exhibit 32L, there's a red arrow pointing to an item here. Is it also pointing to what appears to be more apparent blood?
Yes.
Turning to another photo of the contents of the clear trash bag. Item TLE 55H has been highlighted in yellow, and to the left of that item is an item that's indicated by the red arrow, TLE 55G. What is TLE 55G?
Clear tape.
The gold-colored elephant is enlarged in the next photo. And is there some more apparent blood staining seen on this item?
Yes.
And where do you see some more apparent blood staining here? The clear trash bag and its contents, all with associated evidence number TLE 55, in addition to being photographed, were they also taken for potential scientific testing?
Yes.
And in this slide here, do we see many of the contents of that clear trash bag with their associated evidence numbers?
Yes.
So here we have TLE 55A, TLE 55B, TLE 55C, TLE 55E, TLE 55H, TLE 55I, and TLE 55J. Do you see those same evidence numbers on this chart, which is States Exhibit 60, highlighted in yellow on this left-hand column?
Yes.
What evidence numbers are labeled in these photos of the contents of the clear plastic bag pointed out by the red arrows?
So it's TLE 55D, 55K, and 55G.
Are those three items, as well as the clear trash bag itself, TLE 55, on this chart, which is States Exhibit 62, highlighted in yellow on the column to the far left?
Yes.
Let's move on to the room that's next door to the room that we have just been discussing, the room with the clear trash bag, the black trash bag, spray paint can cap, the room next door to it. Going back to a surveillance still, States Exhibit 30W. Again, describe the room that one enters as one goes to the right in this photograph on the bottom here.
That's the office, the pool table, where the surveillance camera is on that wall.
And is it also where the central surveillance camera control unit was found as well?
Yes.
Going on to other surveillance stills that the jurors have seen before, States Exhibit 30F. Do the photos along the bottom appear to depict a portion of what you've called the office or pool table room?
Yes.
The next slide is States Exhibit 32M. Are these some of the many photos that were taken of that pool table office room that you've described as part of the crime scene processing in the case?
Yes.
Let's look at each one of these photos, and let's start with the one on the upper left. And this again is the entryway into that room from the laundry room.
Yes.
And is that same entryway, is that here off to the right in this photograph?
Yes.
And where again is the surveillance camera in this particular room?
It's behind the binoculars, which is circled in green.
Is this another photo showing the general area of that surveillance camera?
Yes.
This next slide will be the same photo, that a portion has been enlarged. And again, this black object here is what again?
Binoculars.
The next slide is a series of surveillance stills that the jurors have seen before, 30P. And the yellow highlighted portion on the bottom right are going to be shown on the next slide. Does the texture on what's seen to the left appear consistent with the texture of the binoculars that were photographed and documented as part of the crime scene processing?
Yes.
Turning to another photo from State's Exhibit 32M, what are we looking at in this photo?
It's two pieces of evidence that we were collecting and documenting.
And what's this piece of evidence to the left, and what's the one more center of the photo?
So the one to the left is TLE 71, which is a laptop bag, and then TLE 70 is the hard drive.
The central control unit I've been referring to?
Yes,
With respect to this central control unit, was that found on the floor as depicted in this photograph, or was the photo taken after the system had been removed someplace by investigators?
after it had been removed.
And I think we actually see some white butcher paper as part of that process. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Where was this central hard drive found by investigators?
In the cabinet underneath the monitor near the surveillance camera.
And is that cabinet shown here with the red arrow as well as here highlighted in the red arrow?
Yes.
So there was this open cabinet door just as one enters the laundry room to this room?
Yes.
And in this photo, do we again see some more yellow tags documenting the photographing and actual recovery of some items from the house?
Yes.
And what is TLE 70 again?
Is the mainframe of the surveillance or the hard drive.
And TLE 71 is what?
A laptop bag.
Was there a large amount of cash found among other items in this bag?
Yes.
In addition to recovering the surveillance hard drive and this laptop bag, did you also find in this same room and retain as potential evidence a cell phone that you assigned unique evidence number TLE 50?
Yes.
Turning to another photo from State's Exhibit 32M, from what area is this particular photograph taken from?
So this is if you were coming in the laundry room and you were going past the binoculars, that you're looking straight into the pool table.
And the pool table, you referred to it as a pool table room. Do we see what appears to be a pool table here indicated by the laser pointer?
Yes.
There are three areas that are marked by arrows in this photo. There's a yellow, an area indicated by the yellow arrow. There is an area indicated by the red arrow, and there's an area indicated by the blue arrow. This yellow arrow is pointing to a door. Where does this door lead to?
We call that the master bedroom.
And why do you refer to it as the master bedroom?
It appeared to have a lot of clothing for female and men
In a bed.
in a bed.
The red arrow to the left is also pointing to a door. Where does this door lead to?
To the bathroom.
And finally, the blue arrow. And what is the direction that this blue arrow is pointing?
That is pointing to the staircase going up to the main floor of the home.
So for a frame of reference for the next photo, these appear to be drums that are highlighted in green here.
Yes.
With that context, let's turn to the next photo. Do we see those same drums highlighted in green here?
Yes.
What is the item that's highlighted or circled in yellow?
A clock.
The it appears to be a stairway handle and a blue arrow pointing up. What does this lead to?
To the main floor of the house.
So before we move on to another specific room in the house of 979 Meterborough Road, was the entirety of the inside of that house photographed and processed for potential evidence?
Yes.
So for example, the previous photo, it was pointed out and you referred to a master bedroom and a bathroom. We haven't seen photographs, but were photographs taken of those rooms as part of crime scene processing?
Yes.
So let's move to another room inside the house, State's Exhibit 32N. Are these some of the many photographs that were taken from another bedroom inside the house as part of crime scene processing?
Yes.
Is this the master bedroom in the basement that you were referring to before, or is this another bedroom?
It's another bedroom.
And where generally is this bedroom located?
So when you walk up the stairs, you go through the kitchen, it's all the way at the end of the hallway on the right.
So going through the individual photographs in this exhibit, and let's start with the photograph on the upper left, right here. Does this photograph depict how the bed appeared when the room was processed by you and other investigators, which shows no bedding on the bed?
Yes,
What is this object that's laying on the bed?
that's a rug.
And where is the entrance to this bedroom?
So it's right.
Where is the bureau that we're looking at in relation to the bed that we saw in the previous photograph?
So you walk into the room, look left, the bureau's on that wall.
With respect to the jewelry photographed on the bureau that's highlighted in yellow, was this how the jewelry appeared in the room when it was processed by you and other investigators?
Yes, it was like that.
In other words, the jewelry hadn't been taken from the drawers or anywhere else and laid out by investigators. This is where it was.
Correct.
The next slide is just of that jewelry as photographed as part of crime scene processing along the top. And underneath is part of State's Exhibit 45 that the jurors saw last week. And I'll ask the jurors to take a few moments to compare the photos. Again, this is the crime scene photo, and these are photos the jurors saw last week, State's Exhibit 45. Turning to another photograph from State's Exhibit 32N, where is the bed that had the rug on it?
Right here.
As to the area on the floor that's highlighted in yellow, the next slide is going to be an enlargement of this area. And is that area of the floor by the bed depicted in the photo to the left?
Yes.
And what are we seeing here on the floor? It's been enlarged further and pointed out by the red arrows. What are we seeing on the floor by the bed?
Those blue tarp pieces.
And we saw some other photos. It was outside the garage. We saw some blue fibers. We also saw it in what you called the tool room. Do you remember there being any similar blue fibers anywhere else in the house?
The staircase that we were talking about going up to the kitchen.
And is this just another photograph showing further some of that pieces of blue tarp that was found in the bedroom?
Yes.
Turning to another photograph from State's Exhibit 32N, we have part of a headboard here that's highlighted in yellow.
Yes.
So the next slide is just of this headboard that's been enlarged and isolated. And off to the right are photographs that the jurors saw last week from State's Exhibit 45. And again, we asked the jurors to take a few moments to compare the photos and the object. Returning to the photo of the bed, does it also document a stain on the bed that's highlighted here in yellow?
Yes.
With respect to that stain, was it photographed as it was seen, or had bedding or anything else been removed by investigators beforehand?
It was photographed as seen.
And with respect to the rug to the right, seen by that stain, was that rug on the bed when you and other investigators processed the house for evidence?
Yes.
And the next slide is going to show an enlargement of that stain. So that's an enlargement of the stain of the photograph that we just saw. And on the right is a photograph the jurors saw last week, State's Exhibit 47. Again, I'll ask the jurors to take a few moments to compare the two photos. As to the stain that was found on the bed, was anything done with respect to it for purpose of potential further evidence processing?
Yes, we took a sample
And how did you take a sample?
with a swab.
And what do you mean by swab?
So we take, similar to the buccal swabs inside someone's mouth, we have Q-tip adapted. We apply one wet, one dry, and we enter the stain, and we collect it and bring it to the lab.
As to testing of physical evidence, whether DNA testing or other scientific analysis, is that done by yourself and other investigators with the New Hampshire State Police?
No.
Who typically conducts such analysis?
New Hampshire State Police Lab.
And does the New Hampshire State Lab typically get access to the actual physical evidence for testing purposes?
Depends on the item.
Is testing also done outside the state laboratory on occasion based on your own experience?
Yes.
Turning to the last of the photos from State's Exhibit 32N, does it again show that stain on the bed?
Yes.
What is the object in yellow that's enlarged up here to the right?
It is a evidence marker sticker, basically.
Is there any reason that a yellow card wasn't used here and had been used before?
It's just a smaller sample, easier to document.
And with respect to the swab that was taken from this apparent blood stain, does that be TLE 51?
Yes.
We also see a similar sticker here on the headboard. Do you recall what that was documenting?
Another potential blood stain.
Focusing on the swabbing of the stain on the mattress that's highlighted here in yellow, TLE 51, and turning to the next slide. This is State's Exhibit 61, which the jurors saw before the lunch break. Do we see that same unique evidence number from the mattress swabbing, TLE 51, on this chart highlighted in yellow along the top?
Yes.
And is that same unique evidence number, TLE 51, also seen in State's Exhibit 60, highlighted in yellow on the column here on the left?
Yes.
In addition to possible blood evidence found in this bedroom, such as the stain on the bed, were apparent illegal drugs and paraphernalia found in this room, as well as other rooms in the house?
Yes.
The next room inside the house that I will review with you is the kitchen area. And for that, we're going to go to State's Exhibit 32O. And does this show several of the many photos taken as part of that area of the house, taken as part of the crime scene processing?
Yes.
And where generally was the kitchen inside the house?
It was in the back of the house, which connected the covered porch.
Reviewing each one of these individual photos, and we're going to start with the one on the upper left here. What is the item in the lower left-hand corner with the numbered sticker 63? It's pointed out by the red arrow.
A vacuum.
What is the item evidence number 226? It's hard to read, but it's a yellow card with 226 that's pointed out by the blue arrow.
It's Alexis.
And,
Alexa, I'm sorry.
And what is Alexa?
It's a cloud-based voice service.
And from experience and also what you know about in this case, can Alexa audio record speakers?
Yes.
Was the Alexa device that was found in the kitchen plugged in when you and other investigators processed the crime scene?
No.
So it was not working and not able to record at the time that the kitchen was processed for evidence?
Hold on. So the objection? All right, why don't you come up for a moment?
So the Alexa was not plugged in. Do you know whether or not it was working if it wasn't plugged in?
In my experience, when it's not plugged in, it's not working.
Panning to the right from this perspective, and with that, we'll move on to the next slide. Are we looking at the other side of the kitchen?
Yes.
Where does this window above the sink look to generally?
The porch, the back porch.
You talked about in that laundry room area, there was a clear trash bag that contained various apparent blood-stained items, TLE 55 that we saw before.
Yes.
Were there similar trash bags found in the kitchen,
Yes.
and where? For perspective for the next photo, we're looking at here to the right that I'm pointing out with the laser pointer. Is that a refrigerator?
Yes.
So with that context, let's look at the next photo. Is that same refrigerator seen more in the middle of the photograph that I'm pointing out with the laser pointer?
Yes.
Focusing on the orange-colored rug in the bottom of the photo, to the right of the refrigerator, highlighted in yellow here. Where is that rug in this photo? And the white object to the left of the rug is what? And what kind of door is this just past that orange rug?
A glass slider door to the porch.
And where does this door lead to? What is this area that I'm indicating with the green laser pointer?
That's the porch.
And when you say the porch, is that the yellow highlighted area that's shown on this photograph?
Yes.
While processing the kitchen area of the house, did you observe any apparent blood stains on or near this refrigerator off to the left here?
Yes.
Turning to the last two photos from State's Exhibit 32O, did they document some of that apparent blood found on and nearby that refrigerator?
Yes.
Was it a single stain of apparent blood that was observed or multiple apparent blood stains?
Multiple.
And what's indicated by the yellow highlighted areas on these photos here?
Just like in the bedroom, these are stickers that are evidence markers.
Are some of those apparent blood stains seen better on the enlargement on the right here?
Yes.
And actually, if you can point out the apparent blood stains that we're seeing here. And those apparent blood stains have been indicated and marked by the yellow, indicated by the yellow areas highlighted here?
Yes.
And do we also see some evidence stickers that you've been referring to before?
Yes.
So what is the object indicated by the red arrow? We'll see another picture of it later, but what is this object pointed out by the red arrow here?
That's a shovel.
Did that shovel also appear to have some blood stains on it?
Yes.
The next slide should be enlargements from the photo on the left here. What's pointed out by the red arrows here?
Apparent blood stains.
So it was not only on the bottom of the refrigerator, but also appeared to be on the floor and under the rug?
Yes.
Did there appear to be apparent blood on the orange part of the rug or just underneath?
It appeared to be underneath, if I remember, yeah.
Which would suggest to you what?
Someone covered it. It was, the blood was there first, the rug went on top of it.
And we see some apparent blood on the bottom side of the refrigerator. Was there also apparent blood on the bottom front of the refrigerator as well?
Yes.
Is that depicted in this next photo from State's Exhibit 32P?
Yes.
And apparent blood on the front of the refrigerator, if you could point that out for us, please.
Sure.
And that's again another evidence sticker that was placed by you and other investigators. And with respect to the apparent blood on the front of the refrigerator, one or more than one apparent stains.
More than one.
And is this next slide that same photo with the enlargement of the apparent multiple blood stains here on the right?
Yes.
In addition to photographing these apparent blood stains, did you do anything with respect to them for possible scientific testing?
We collected them on a swab and brought them to the lab.
The unique evidence numbers assigned to some of the swabbings of apparent blood stains that were taken from this area, did they include TLE 30, which we see on the upper left, TLE 31, which we see on the bottom, and TLE 64, which we see on the right?
Yes.
And are those same unique evidence numbers also seen in State's Exhibit 60 on the column on the left? TLE 30, TLE 64, and TLE 31.
Yes.
You just discussed that by the refrigerator there was a sliding door that led to the enclosed porch. Showing you State's Exhibit 32Q. Does this show some of the many photographs that were taken of the enclosed porch area of that house?
Yes.
And going through the photos of this area of the house, we're going to start with the 3 photographs along the top to orientate ourselves again. And that enclosed porch is the area between the outside porch on the left and the outside porch on the right.
Yes.
And again, it's only been a little time since the jurors last saw this, but what area of the house is this outside porch in yellow here?
I call that the driveway side of the house.
And what about the highlighted portion in red here? What outside portion of the porch is this?
That's where the hot tub was.
And again, where ultimately were the victims' bodies found?
Right underneath the hot tub.
So let's turn to photos depicting the inside of the enclosed porch area between the 2 outside porch areas. First, we have a sliding door here in the middle. Where does this sliding door lead to?
Towards the kitchen.
And is that the same sliding door we saw before, and the refrigerator's here, and the rug on the floor is here?
Yes.
The shovel that was referred to before, do we see that shovel here?
Yes.
And where's the shovel? How's that indicated?
Oh, the red arrow.
The next photo is going to be a closer view of this slider door arrow by the kitchen. Have there been evidence tags placed as part of the crime scene processing in this part of the enclosed porch?
Yes.
TLE 33, is that the shovel that was been referred to before?
Yes.
There are several additional evidence stickers here. We got TLE 27, 28, 29, and TLE 34. They're going to be enlarged in the next slide. What potential evidence do these stickers document? TLE 27, 28, 29, and 34.
So 27, 29, and 34 are swabs of potential blood, and 28 is a back of an earring.
Can we actually see that earring backing in this photograph?
You kind of, not really. It's very difficult.
Returning to the shovel, TLE 33, was any apparent blood found on that item?
Yes.
And is that apparent blood seen in these 2 photographs of the shovel?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. Do we see some of that apparent blood staining on the shovel in these 2 photographs?
Yes.
And where? In addition to photographing these apparent blood stains on the shovel, was the shovel taken for possible scientific analysis?
Yes.
The unique evidence number assigned to the shovel, TLE 33, is that same unique evidence number also seen in State's Exhibit 60, highlighted in yellow on the column to the left?
Yes.
The plastic bins that we see here, the photo on the left highlighted in yellow, the photo on the right highlighted in yellow, are they the same bins taken from different angles?
Yes.
The rugs that's shown on the floor here, we have multiple rugs on the floor. Was additional apparent blood found underneath those rugs?
Yes.
Did the rugs appear to be placed over the apparent blood stains after the blood had been deposited on the floor?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Because if the blood was there first, it would have been on the top of the rug and not underneath the, and we didn't observe anything on top.
So focusing now on the photograph here on the right. In the back of the photo, there is what appears to be a sliding door. It's highlighted in yellow. Where does this sliding door lead to?
The deck with the hot tub.
Among the other items that were found inside this enclosed porch, was one of those other items a container of ice melter?
Yes.
And where is that container of ice melter seen in this particular photo?
If you look at the red arrow, that's right there.
You also see 2 wooden tables indicated by the blue arrows on the left.
Yes.
So these 2 tables are going to be used for a frame of reference for the next photograph. Are these the same 2 tables that we saw in the previous photograph?
Yes.
Where is the hot tub on the outside deck?
Right here.
And what is the purple, pink object on the deck by the hot tub that's circled in yellow?
It's a rug.
And we're going to see more photographs of that shortly. And what is the red arrow in the middle of this photograph pointing to?
The ice melt.
Focusing on the interior of this white sliding door here, was more apparent blood staining found on the interior of this sliding door?
Yes.
And was it appear to be more than one stain or one stain?
More than one.
And the next slide is going to focus on the inside of this interior slider door. And where is some of the apparent blood stains found on the interior of that slider door? And what you're pointing to here, that's the side of the door?
Yes.
So apparent blood stains are both in the bottom as well as the side?
Yes.
Turning to another photo from State's Exhibit 32Q, is the red arrow pointing to that same container of ice melter that was seen in previous photos?
Yes.
And going to the last of the photos from State's Exhibit 32Q, is this another photo of that same ice melter that we've seen before?
Yes.
The enlargement on the right of the highlighted yellow area here, do we see some additional apparent blood staining on the floor?
Yes.
And is it more than one or one apparent blood stain? With respect to this container of ice melter, most of the jurors can probably figure it out, but what are we talking about when we say ice melter?
It's a white material that helps melt ice.
The container of ice melter that was found and documented on the enclosed porch, or in the enclosed porch that we're looking at here, did it appear to be opened or unopened?
Opened.
And was the container full, or did it look like contents of it had been emptied?
It's almost empty, completely empty.
Was there still some contents in the container?
Yes.
And if you can describe generally what the contents looked like inside the container?
They're like little white balls or broken material.
The next slide, the top 2 photos are these photos that we just saw of the ice melter inside that enclosed porch area.
Yes.
And the bottom photos are taken from State's Exhibit 38, which the jurors saw last week. And I'll ask the jurors to take a few moments to compare the photos. In addition to photographing that open container of ice melter that was found inside the enclosed porch, was that container of ice melter also taken for possible scientific testing?
Yes.
And what unique evidence number was assigned to the ice melter found inside the enclosed porch?
Give me 1 second.
And if it's helpful, maybe Discovery 503?
Thank you. Okay, it's TLE 69.
Going back to one of the charts, States Exhibit 62, do you see that same unique evidence number, TLE 69, on the left-hand column highlighted in yellow?
Yes.
Now, you talked about how there was a sliding door by that open container of ice melter that led outside to the deck with the hot tub. Is that area in red in these photographs?
Yes.
Was apparent blood also observed in this outside deck area by the hot tub?
Yes.
Is that outside area and photographs of that outside area, some of the photographs from the crime scene processing, are those some of those photographs seen in States Exhibit 32R, which we're looking at the screen?
Yes.
So going first to the photo on the upper left, which was seen before. You said that the hot tub, for frame of reference for other photos, is this object that I'm indicating with the laser pointer?
Yes.
And again, what's the object that's highlighted here in yellow?
That's the purple rug.
Do we see that same purple rug in this photograph?
Yes.
And the hot tub to the right, was it covered?
Yes.
And did it appear that the cover recently had been opened?
It wasn't clamped down, but no, it did not look like it had been opened.
And why do you say that?
There was snow on top of it.
Looking at the next slide, States Exhibit 94, what does it depict?
Snow on top of the cover.
Although the hot tub did not appear to have been recently opened, did you in fact open the cover and look inside the hot tub?
So I didn't open the whole thing. I was searching for blood, but I did open to see if there was any blood right in the corner.
Was this photograph taken before or after you opened the hot tub and looked inside it?
Before.
And what happened to the snow and the ice on top of the cover that we see here when you opened up the hot tub?
I don't remember because it was heavy. I just remember it was awkward.
Did you see anything of potential evidentiary value inside the hot tub when you looked inside of it?
No.
For example, did you see any apparent blood inside the hot tub?
No.
Was apparent blood seen by the purple rug that was by the hot tub?
Yes.
There's some white material that's pointed out by the red arrow. Was that something that was found by the purple rug and apparent blood stains? Or was that placed by investigators afterwards?
No, it was there.
Was there additional white material similar to that we're looking at now underneath this rug?
Yes.
The steps by the rug, did it also appear to have apparent blood stains?
Yes.
And the next slide is going to be an enlargement of those steps. And where was apparent blood stains found on these steps? Returning to the purple rug, is this a picture of the same rug taken towards the enclosed porch?
Yes.
Focusing on the sliding door into the enclosed porch at the top of this photo here. You talked about there appeared to be multiple blood stains that were seen and documented on the inside of this slider door. What about the outside of the slider door? Were there also additional, what appeared to be multiple blood stains?
Yes.
The next photo is going to be an enlargement of that portion of the exterior of the sliding door. And where were some of the apparent blood staining on the outside of that slider door? And the apparent blood staining on the outside, did it appear to be focused primarily towards the bottom of the door?
Yes.
What does this photograph taken from State's Exhibit 32R depict?
We collected the rug, and this is underneath what we observed under the rug.
Is this kind of what you talked about at the very beginning of your testimony, how it was a step-by-step process and you and other investigators may move items and take photos documenting the movement of items?
Yes.
So this was what was seen underneath that purple rug?
Yes.
Turning to the last photos of the photos from State's Exhibit 32R. Is this a close-up of the white material that was found near and underneath that purple rug on the deck?
Yes.
The white material that was seen by and underneath that rug, was that consistent in appearance with the contents of the opened ice melter container that were found in the enclosed porch?
Right, the objection? Overruled. Go ahead.
Based on your own observations, was the white material that we're seeing here, was it consistent in appearance with the contents of the opened ice melter container that was in the enclosed porch?
Yes.
The rug, was that collected as potential evidence?
Yes.
And what unique evidence number was assigned to the rug?
TLE 46.
In addition to photographing the rug that was found on the deck, was that rug also taken for possible scientific testing?
Yes.
Returning to State's Exhibit 60, is that same unique evidence number, TLE 46, seen highlighted in yellow on the left-hand column?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 42 a series of photographs of that rug and some of the other items that we have discussed that you processed at the house as part of the crime scene investigation?
Yes.
And does this also have your unique evidence numbers that were assigned to these various items?
Yes.
And does this next slide show other items that we have discussed with their corresponding unique evidence number and where they were found?
Yes.
And are all 8 of these unique evidence numbers listed on State's Exhibit 62, highlighted in yellow on the column on the left?
Yes.
Judge, when would you like to take a break?
Right now. So folks, it's 2:30. We're going to break for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 2:45.
Conference. That deposition is 45 minutes long. We would not finish the whole thing, but it would also, we need a few minutes to set that up because we have to set up the TV.
How much longer do you think you are on direct with this witness?
Direct is probably about 15, 20 minutes.
And how long do you expect a cross to be?
Again, I think I'll be done by the end of the day. I don't know if I'll be done with 45 minutes.
Oh, no, that's fine. Let's just plan on doing the deposition tomorrow. If it's possible, I'd like to finish today around 10 minutes of 4. If it's not, we'll go right to 4 o'clock, but let's see how we do.
I'll try.
All right, but there's no rush.
I understand.
I don't mean to speak for you, but you can always come back tomorrow morning as
And
well.
that being said, Judge, if it's quarter up when this witness finishes,
We'll just be done, yeah. This will be the last witness of the day. You can plan on that. All right, thanks.
standing, jury entering. Please be seated.
And Attorney Hinckley, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. At various times during your previous testimony, you talked about where the victims had been found. I now want to go to that area where the victims' bodies were found. Up on the screen is State's Exhibit 32S. Does this contain some of the many photographs taken of that area that were taken as part of the crime scene processing by you and other investigators?
Yes.
So let's start with the photo on the upper left, which the jurors have seen before. About where were the bodies found in this photo?
It's gonna hit her head. Sorry, right in here.
Yep. For frame of reference, a large black barrel has been highlighted in yellow, and using that as a point of reference for the next photo. Do we see that same barrel here?
Yes.
Where do the stairs above the barrel lead to?
The deck with the hot tub.
And this area back here is the back of the house?
Yes.
This next slide, is it still the back of the house closer to those exterior stairs leading to the hot tub?
Yes.
Does this photo show some of the debris pile under which the victims were found?
Yes.
And where is that debris pile that we'll be looking at in other photos?
Right over here.
What is the building in the background that I'm pointing to with the laser pointer?
That is the detached garage.
And what about these blue objects that I'm pointing to outside the detached garage?
Tarps.
Turning to another photo, the jurors have seen this many times before. About where in the photo were the victims' bodies located?
Right over here.
For frame of reference, we have what appears to be a ladder that's against the side of the building highlighted in yellow, yes?
Yes.
Is that same ladder here?
Yes.
Does this photo show some of the debris pile under which the victims were found?
Yes.
And where is that?
Right over here.
And I believe the next photo is going to be looking around the corner here. And the ladder's here, there's the corner. What again is the object that's depicted in the the orange circle in the corner here?
It's a surveillance camera.
And the next slide is going to be a closer view of this same area. And is this again the surveillance camera?
Yes.
Does this show a more complete view of the debris pile under which the victims were?
Yes.
Was this photograph taken before items were moved and the victims' bodies ultimately were discovered?
Yes.
And is this another photo of that same debris pile from another angle?
Yes.
The open door that's indicated by the red arrow, where again does this door lead to?
That's the tool room, and it leads to that first side door to the basement.
On the bottom of the photo, some items have been pointed out by blue arrows. We have appears to be a green board, and we have something laying against the house. Does the end of the green board here, closest to the stairs, does it appear to be on concrete or on rocks?
It looks like rocks.
And using that as a frame of reference for the next photo, on the screen is State's Exhibit 37. Do those same items, the board and what's leaning up against the house, appear to be pointed out by the blue arrows in this bottom photograph?
Yes.
Going back to the crime scene photo, the pile that's highlighted in yellow, and the next slide is going to be a closer look of that location. And this is the last of the photos from State's Exhibit 32S. Is under this debris pile where the bodies of Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini ultimately were found?
Yes.
And how generally did you and other investigators go about removing items from this pile and uncovering the bodies?
Just as described before, in layers and photographing those layers.
And so were many photographs taken at various stages of this unlayering and removal process?
Yes.
The photos seen here are from State's Exhibit 32T. Are they some of the many photos taken as part of that process of removing items from the pile and uncovering the victims' bodies?
Yes.
Generally describe how the victims were in this pile.
They were wrapped underneath blankets and tarps.
And let's start with the photo on the upper left. What were some of the items in or near that debris pile along with the victims' bodies?
There's chairs, buckets, rugs.
You stated that among the items that were near the victims' bodies were buckets. Do we see some buckets that are that are circled in yellow here?
Yes.
And the next slide is going to be an enlargement of this area right here. What generally are these circled items right here?
The bucket?
Yeah, buckets.
Yes.
And what was found inside these buckets by the bodies?
There was hat, and there was also some apparent blood-stained objects.
And are these same items circled in this and other photographs from State's Exhibit 32T?
Yes.
In this photo, there appears to be no wooden chairs on top of the debris pile. And is that because it's part of that process of removing items and documenting as you do so?
Yes.
Let's move on to another photo from State's Exhibit 32T. And again, do we see those same buckets circled in yellow off to the right here?
Yes.
What are some of the items in this debris pile that's shown here?
So we have blankets. This looks like this is the tarp. This looks like if you were painting, a cloth, and another tarp, and an air mattress, buckets.
And where were the victims' bodies found in this debris pile?
So right here, and then right here.
And turning to another photo from State's Exhibit 32, are the bodies still in the debris pile in this photo?
Yes.
Two areas have been highlighted and enlarged to the right. First is the item highlighted in red, enlarged to the right. What is that?
Frayed tarp.
And where was that tarp relative to where Jenna Pellegrini's body was found?
Underneath her.
And what was the general condition of this tarp that was found underneath Jenna Pellegrini's body, as seen in this enlargement here?
Frayed.
You talked about how blue fibers were found on the floor of various places inside the house, the bedroom where the bloodstained mattress was, also the tool room. We also saw fibers outside the detached garage. Were those found fibers consistent with the frayed fibers that you saw on the blue tarp underneath Jenna Pellegrini's body?
Yes.
What is the other enlarged item that's highlighted in yellow here?
The blanket.
And what about the red colored here?
That is a apparent blood stain.
And whose body was found within that bedding with apparent blood staining on it?
Jenna.
Turning to the last of the photos from State's Exhibit 32T, is part of Ms. Pellegrini's body shown in this photo?
Yes.
And what do we see here?
Right here. Navy blue socks. Her feet.
What is the white and pink and red pattern item that's by her socked feet?
A blanket.
And again, what's enlarged over to the right, highlighted in yellow?
Those are her feet.
And to the left of Ms. Pellegrini's feet, do we see some more of that frayed blue tarp that we've seen pieces of, or we've seen pieces of frayed tarp before?
Yes.
You noted earlier that a white baseball hat was among the items found near the bodies of Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini. Actually, did you say it was white or just a baseball hat?
I think I just said baseball.
My apologies. Baseball hat was found by the bodies of Jenna
Yes.
Pellegrini and Christine Sullivan. And State's Exhibit 32U contained some of the photos that were taken of that item as well as other items as part of the crime scene processing conducted by you and other investigators.
Yes.
So let's turn first to the photo on the upper left, which has been shown before. And where again was that baseball hat found?
Right in this bucket.
Turning to another photograph. Was this photo taken after items had been moved from the pile where the victims' bodies were found?
Yes.
What is the dark-colored item TLE 78?
A trash bag.
And what is the item circled in yellow TLE 80?
Hold on 1 second. So on 000503, it's I put items with RBS. It's 80.
Taking a closer look at that bucket. And here do we see items with apparent blood staining that was found in that bucket?
Yes.
Does this photo also show the hat that was found by the debris pile?
Yes.
And where is the hat here?
Right here.
And was the hat also in a bucket?
Yes.
And with respect to the hat and the bucket that it was found in, going to the next photo, does this last photo from State's Exhibit 32U show that hat and bucket?
Yes.
And do you see any apparent blood staining on the hat?
Yes.
And where do you see apparent blood staining on the hat? The same photo that we're looking at now, is it also seen on the upper left-hand portion of State's Exhibit 39?
Yes.
In addition to photographing that baseball hat that was found along with the victims' bodies, was that hat also taken for possible scientific testing?
Yes.
And what unique evidence number was assigned to the hat?
TLE 79.
And going back to State's Exhibit 61, do you see that same unique evidence number, TLE 79, along the upper row, highlighted in yellow, in the far right-hand columns here?
Yes.
And lastly, going back to State's Exhibit 60, do you see that same unique evidence number, TLE 79, for the hat? Do you see that highlighted in yellow on the column on the left?
Yes.
One moment.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
I see a moment to set up. Take up the slack on this one. So just, I think you need to unplug this one. So just sort of show you this.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Thank you for your patience. So you reviewed this a little bit at the beginning, but your role in this investigation was to collect evidence, right?
Yes.
You didn't decide whether that evidence was ultimately tested,
No,
and you didn't end up doing any of the testing yourself
that is correct.
or drawing any conclusions from the testing?
No.
Occasionally, the state showed you some charts, such as this one, and asked you about the TLE numbers that were on the left, correct?
Yes.
Purpose was to ask you about the TLE numbers and to confirm that those were items that you collected.
Yes.
Now, you had nothing to do with the information that was on the right-hand parts of those charts, correct?
Correct.
The conclusions?
Correct.
And as you testified, you collected many items of evidence in this case.
Yes.
In total, over 500?
Yes.
And many of them were collected for the purpose of possible DNA testing or fingerprint testing.
Any kind of testing,
Okay. Including those?
including those, yes.
Okay. And many more items than the ones depicted on screen were collected for the possibility of those?
Possibly.
Well, I'm asking you, when you collected them, what was in your mind when you were collecting them? Was it for fingerprint analysis or DNA analysis?
I think when you go into a crime scene, you're supposed to read the search warrant, review it, and based on the search warrant, collect items that you're allowed to. So that's really the reference. Yes, is it possible that DNA would be there, and could there be fingerprints? Absolutely.
Okay, so are you saying that when you look at items, you don't consider that maybe fingerprints are on them?
It depends on the surface that they're on,
Okay, so-
whatever we're collecting.
Okay, so you do look at the surface and say, this is a possibility that DNA or fingerprints might be on this.
Yes.
And certainly more than 7 or 8 items that you looked at through the investigation, you had that thought.
Yes.
You were on the property of Muterboro from January 29th through February 3rd, 2017, right?
Well, I wasn't there one of the days because I was at autopsy.
Okay. So other than that day, you were there between those dates?
Yes.
And when you were there, the residence was secured?
I believe so, yes.
So in this investigation and in typical investigations like this, no one other than law enforcement could access the house?
To my knowledge, yes.
So to your knowledge, only people involved with the murder investigation like yourself touched or handled the evidence?
I don't understand your question.
As far as you know, nobody outside of law enforcement involved in the investigation touched or handled the evidence once the investigation started?
So the evidence that I collected has a chain of custody on it, so that would be my understanding.
Okay. Is it typical in these investigations to allow people who are not law enforcement to come on the scene and touch the evidence?
No, that's not common.
Right. Okay. I'm showing what's marked as Defense Exhibit E. This is the depiction from Meterboro Road up the driveway to the house, right?
Yes.
Testified a little bit about this. That's the detached garage there to the left.
Yes.
And front stairs to the house are depicted there, pretty much right in the center of the photo.
Yes.
There are no other stairs in the front of the house. That is the one staircase in the front, right?
That's what I remember.
And around there to the right is the detached garage, is the pedestrian door into the detached garage.
Yes.
Okay. And this is Defense Exhibit L. And as you said on direct, you entered the detached garage.
Yes.
And you and other technicians took pictures both inside and outside of the garage.
Yes.
And the windows inside the garage were all painted green.
Yes.
Here's an example of the green painted window. This is on the garage door, not the pedestrian door, but the door where cars would go through, correct?
Yes.
And this next picture was shown in the state's presentation. This is the back end of the detached garage.
Yes.
And you can see on the bottom windows there that those are also painted green.
I believe so. I can't tell them.
By zooming in, does that make it clearer for you that they appear to be painted green as well?
They look green, yes. Parts of them.
Now, there was a second level, this is Defense Exhibit H4, which has now been admitted as a full exhibit by agreement. There was also a second story to the garage, or an upper level.
Yes.
And this area was used for storage.
It looks that way, yes.
Yeah, there's quite a few items in there.
Yes.
I think I would describe those as storage bins.
Yes.
Now, there's also quite a few trash bags that were throughout the garage. This is exhibit H8. This is an example of a trash bag that was found in the garage.
Yes.
This is Defense Exhibit H6. This is another example of a trash bag found in the garage.
Yes.
And I think the one over to the left is the one that we viewed in the exhibit before. And you, in fact, removed trash from the bags and photographed them, right?
I did not.
Okay. Did you view the trash in the bags once they were removed?
So, can I elaborate on that? Because I don't remember doing that particular piece right there.
Okay. Are you aware that this happened during the investigation, that these bags were empty?
Yes.
You see right there in the middle a Clorox bottle?
Yes.
Now that, you testified on direct that not every piece of evidence or every item on a scene is collected, right?
Correct.
And this would be an example of one of the items in Meadow Grow that wasn't collected?
I didn't collect that.
Now, the jurors viewed and you discussed State's Exhibit 33, which I'm now showing. This is the state's map of various surveillance cameras and their directions, right?
Yes.
The State's Exhibit 32B is a compilation of various cameras associated with the numbers on the map right there in the middle, right?
Yes.
And you remember testifying to that on direct?
Yes.
Now, on direct, you agreed with the state that this depicted all 6 cameras that were found in the residence.
Yes.
But there were actually quite a few other cameras that were tagged and were not referenced on direct.
I'd have to look at my notes.
So I'll show you first Defense Exhibit L2. Your notes reference a TLE 179.
Yes.
So this is a camera that is above the door that is entering into the tool area as if you were standing in the driveway looking at the tool area, correct?
I believe so.
So this would make this camera facing the driveway.
Yes.
You're going to see State's Exhibit 2, which is facing down the driveway, but there's no camera location for one facing directly into the driveway. showing you what's marked as Fence Exhibit H. This is, you saw a picture of this on Direct, from the back end of the house, where I'm pointing to, that's where the bodies were found, correct?
Yes.
Now, where I'm pointing up here in the top left of the deck, that's a surveillance camera, correct?
I don't know if that's a light or a surveillance camera. I'd have to look.
Defense Exhibit A, which is from a different angle.
Yep.
Is that clear to you that that's a
Yep.
camera?
Yes.
And here's one more that's up close. Can you read that number there on the tag? I know it's dark out and
Oh,
there's a little bit of glare.
it's 181.
Now again, from this angle, this is the back end of the house. That camera is over the bodies, right?
It looks like it's pointing towards the driveway.
That's right. It's pointing toward the driveway. It's connected to the porch that is directly over the driveway. On the state's Exhibit 33, there's no corresponding camera in that location, correct?
Correct?
Next, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit I. You saw a similar, if not an identical picture in the state's presentation. Point to the far left, you'll see that there's a camera there.
Yep.
And you testified to that camera on Direct, and that camera is depicted on the state's exhibit. But I want to point up to the chimney area. Now first, to the right of the chimney, that's a door that enters into the kitchen, right?
Yes.
And right above that is another camera, correct?
Yes.
Can you tag this? 182?
Yes.
Now again, 2 is the one that we just pointed out as the one you discussed on Direct. The one where I'm pointing here, where the chimney is, there's no corresponding camera number to 182, correct?
Correct.
What I'm showing now for the record is Defense Exhibit 02. I'm going to show you next is State's Exhibit 32M. State reviewed this with you, and you discussed various items in this exhibit. One of which included these areas that are circled green for a surveillance camera that was on that desk area, right?
Yes.
Now, that surveillance camera is referenced in the state's exhibit, right?
Yes.
That was one that you talked about when the state showed you this,
Yes. 7.
number 7.
Yes.
Now, you didn't actually tag and collect that camera, did you?
I don't know. I'd have to look.
You want to take a look?
Yeah. I wasn't the only evidence tech, so I'm not sure. I collected a camera in the basement. It's just not descriptive. I'm not sure if I collected that one or not. I would have to see something with an evidence number on it,
Okay.
so.
You collected TLE 224 on the basement, right?
Yeah, I think that's what the number was. So, there was in the basement, TLE 224.
Okay. You recall TLE 224 being this camera above the television area?
I have no idea. I would need to see the placard photograph.
Well, we'll try to come back to that. While I'm on this, which is close-up of states 32M, there's a handheld camcorder here at the bottom,
Yes?
and you testified on direct that you determined on the scene that that was not connected to the surveillance system.
The team of us did, yes.
Okay. So you didn't collect that?
I don't know. I'd have to see the evidence numbers.
Well, if there's no evidence number attached to it.
Well, we took 5,000 photos, so I'm not sure if that's the camera. I just have it described as 224 as a camera. I don't know which one.
Okay. I'm moving on from 224, and you may return to that. I'm asking about this camera down here at the bottom. Can you see that? I know that your view is blocked.
Yeah, no, I can see it.
And to the right of that was the camera you testified to that was obscured by the binoculars,
Yes,
right? So this is not the one obscured by binoculars in that area.
that's correct.
Here I'll show Defense Exhibit Y, which I probably should have gone to earlier, which shows both of those. Camcorder there, and then the camera obscured by binoculars. Now, you weren't, as an evidence tech, responsible for examining the functionality of the surveillance system, right?
That is correct.
But yet, you and your team had decided on the scene that that camera was not worth collecting?
We didn't have a direct conversation. This was a long time ago. I'm not even sure if that was collected or not, because I wasn't there. I wasn't the only evidence tech. I wasn't there for one full day.
Okay. So I am just asking about you then, collecting that.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you review your reports before testifying?
Yes.
And you saw nothing in those reports about a handheld camcorder like that?
I just have described camera.
Now I'm going to go to the entryway to the laundry room area, or what's been called the utility room, and also the laundry room, mud room. This is the door that enters into that area, correct?
Yes.
That's the area from the driveway?
Yes.
This door is adjacent to the driveway? Okay. I am showing what's marked as Defense Exhibit N. Now you'll see that there's a deadbolt at the top, locking mechanism, right?
Yes.
And then down here at the bottom is a biometric handle or locking mechanism.
Yes.
You ended up tagging and collecting both of these?
I remember the biometric. I'm pretty sure we took the other one as well.
Okay. It appears that they are separate or independent mechanisms.
It appears that way, yes.
I'm showing Defense Exhibit O, which is a close-up of the biometric lock. And Defense Exhibit P, which is a close-up of the deadbolt. Now, what color is this door?
Green?
Does that color match the color of the spray painted windows?
It looks like it does, yes.
We're going to turn next to what we're showing to you as State's Exhibit 32J. Throughout your direct examination, the state repeatedly referenced the two bags in the bottom left picture, the two bags in this photo. One being TLE 55, that's your tag, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you were aware of GMH 15, which is the black bag behind it.
Yes.
There's also a third clear bag under TLE 55. Correct?
There's something, yep.
That is a clear trash bag.
Yes.
Now, that wasn't collected or tagged as evidence.
I don't remember.
You repeatedly talked about two bags in this picture, and there's a third bag, right?
Yes.
So if you talked about two bags, and there's a third, then that third must mean it wasn't collected.
I wasn't there every single day. It could have been photographed. It doesn't mean that the items in it could have been absolutely put on butcher paper and had the same process. I don't remember.
Okay, but you didn't do that.
I don't recall.
Again, you reviewed your reports before testifying.
Yes.
And your report talked about TLE 55 being one bag, right?
Yes.
That bag was cleared out and photographed by you, right?
Well, a team of us, yes.
Okay. And there was not a second bag that you cleared out and examined and your team photographed.
I didn't collect any evidence from any other bag from
Right.
this pile, from my memory.
Or from reviewing all of your reports before testifying today.
Yes.
The reason I ask is because some people who are testifying say they haven't thought about this since 2017 or it's not fresh on their mind. But you have refreshed your recollection, you have reviewed evidence in your reports before testifying today.
Yes.
Now, are you also aware that these bags were contaminated by floodwater from a burst pipe?
I was aware of that.
Did you note that in any of your reports?
No.
Did you think that maybe that would have an effect on the quality of the evidence?
I think it could.
And yet you didn't report that.
I wasn't there that day.
You didn't testify to that either. You didn't testify to that.
That I wasn't there that day?
You didn't testify to knowing that these were contaminated by floodwater from a burst pipe.
On direct?
That's right.
No one asked me that question.
And so through this utility room enters into the finished basement area, which is the, some have referred to it as the den. You saw pictures of it earlier with the pool table and couch and other items, right?
The couch in the office, the pool table, yes.
And I think right here that's the big roll of butcher paper that you utilized when you're separating out items and photographing them.
Yes.
And right here in the middle, this is Defense Exhibit X. Right here in the middle, that is a laptop,
Yes.
marked TLE 73. Correct?
Yes.
Sorry. And now it's collected as evidence?
Yes.
Now, you testified on direct about the area where the surveillance DVR hard drive or system was located. And this is where the system was located before it was removed and put on that butcher paper, right?
Yes.
This is sort of the surveillance system itself. Right?
I believe so, yes.
This is Defense Exhibit C1. Moving on to Defense Exhibit D1. These are some of the items laid out on that butcher paper from that cabinet.
Yes.
Next, I'm showing Defense Exhibit B1. This appears to be a travel bag, a black travel bag carry-on suitcase.
Yes.
Right? This is Defense Exhibit E1. This is tagged as TLE 71.
Yes.
I'm sorry, just for the record.
I just want to make sure, I didn't know if you were asking me a question or just stating a fact.
Yes, I do. I'm just confirming because the written record needs to show what we're talking about. It might not. Someone might not be looking at the slideshow at the same time. This is Defense Exhibit again, E1. And you took items out of this bag to photograph them.
I believe this item was taken apart by Trooper Amachucci
Okay.
on the day that I was not there. But I would have to review my notes, my reports, to confirm that.
Well, maybe the next slide can direct you to where you should look. You testified on direct about $10,000 worth of cash,
Yes,
and that's TLE 71J.
yes,
And this was in that black bag, right?
and I saw that in photographs, yes.
Okay. So when it says TLE 71J, the letter after the number is an indication of its parent exhibit, right?
Yes,
So 71 is a suitcase, so 71J must mean it came from that suitcase.
yes,
So for the record, that's Defense Exhibit G1. Going Defense Exhibit H1. This is money laid out. This is consistent with how money is laid out in investigations of this type.
yes.
So I want to move into the master bedroom. The master bedroom was actually on the first floor, right? What we're describing as the basement.
Yes, past the pool table.
And in that room, there were items associated with being a bedroom, like a bed and a dresser.
Yes,
So this is the dresser that was in the master bedroom. For the record, this is Defense Exhibit F2. Do you see this item here on the left?
the box,
Box.
yeah,
You zoom in on this. This box says that this is a tracking device with alarm.
yes,
Right. Next up, so Defense Exhibit G5. This is just a picture of the bed in the master bedroom, right?
yes,
In the master bedroom, there was a closet, right? It's not in this picture, but
I believe so, yes,
do you recall there being a safe in the closet?
yes,
I'm going to show this Defense Exhibit G2. There's a safe there, back in the closet.
yes,
And you actually seized the door of this safe?
Did I seize it?
Yeah.
I believe we took photos of it and opened the safe.
Okay. What about TLE 248? Might be on page 507.
TLE 248, you said?
Yeah.
Door of safe, entire safe. So the entire safe for the master bedroom.
So the entire safe was seized.
I'd have to see my marker and see a picture of that, but yes, that's what my description says.
I'm showing you Defense Exhibit N1. This is in the corner of the master bedroom. You can see sort of here, there's sort of a wooden barrel or bucket with an exercise ball on top of it.
Yes?
I want you to just take note of the color of the carpet for the next pictures. I'm not sure if you can see this tag, just using it for reference, and it says tag C. Is that right?
Yes.
You can see that? Defense Exhibit 01, again, this is tag C. That carpet appears to be the same, and there appears to be a depression in the in the carpet, where that bucket was previously sitting.
Yes.
Defense Exhibit P1 shows the carpet of that area peeled back.
Correct.
And the last one in this sequence, Defense Exhibit Q1, which shows the top of that unsealed. There's seems to be some sort of hole or bucket in the ground. Is that an accurate description of that?
Is that a what?
An accurate description, it seems to be
Yes.
a finished hole. Right. You also talked about the tool room on the first floor outside the basement.
Yes.
And there are 2 doors on each side of the tool room.
Yes.
There's no door that connects the tool room to the inside of the basement.
No.
You have to go outside to go inside. Okay?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a few pictures from the inside. I believe this picture was also part of one of the state's exhibits. Defense Exhibits I-1. Now this is a fair representation of the inside of the tool room, correct?
Yes.
And facing out that door, that's the door where the victims' bodies were found.
Yes.
So if you were standing here, your back is at the driveway and you're looking out toward, I think
Yes.
that would be the east side of the house.
Yes.
You might really have to stand up for this, but you see a clear trash bag, very bottom right to the right of the ladder.
I see a little piece of that. Yeah.
We'll move on to Defense Exhibit I-5. Here's another angle. You see more clearly a clear trash bag there with
Yes.
The red string at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And it was about half full. It's not entirely full.
I don't remember.
Well, just looking at this, I mean, it's not bursting at the seams, is it?
No.
I think we've seen by this point, there's quite a few bags like this and items scattered throughout the house.
Yes.
This bag wasn't collected for evidence, right?
I don't remember doing that. Nope.
Now, in the basement, or excuse me, in the tool room area adjacent to the basement, there were quite a few supplies for shipping. I'll show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit K1. Right up here are boxes for you see boxes up there on the top left?
Yes.
Those are shipping boxes.
Yes.
I'm showing you Defense Exhibit L1. You can see some sort of manila envelopes and more of those unused shipping boxes to the right.
Yes.
And again, M1 shows yet more of those items.
Yes.
And plenty of packing tape there to the bottom left.
Yes.
Now I want to move to the second floor of the house. You mentioned the enclosed porch. Now that is basically directly above where the tool room sits.
Yes,
And it also has the similar doors on each side.
yes,
The difference with that, though, this enclosed porch, is that there's the door that goes into the kitchen. Right?
yes,
And on one side, the east side of the house, that porch area is where there's a hot tub.
yes,
Now, you testified on direct that you opened the top of the hot tub, right?
I just want to clarify, open, it was heavy, I was looking for blood, that was my job. My job wasn't to search that space in entirety. We have a team model, so that wasn't, my job at that point was, part of the layers is we were looking for blood, that first layer of blood, and collecting that first layer of evidence. That was my task.
Okay. You said the cover was heavy,
Yeah,
so that limited how wide you could open it?
correct.
And so you didn't take the cover entirely off.
I did not.
You didn't use a flashlight to look inside.
I don't remember needing that, no.
You didn't take any photographs of the inside?
No, again, my task was looking for blood.
Okay. And my question was, you didn't take any photographs of the inside?
I did not.
We've also seen lots of photographs like this one, where no blood is present, right? So the absence of blood doesn't mean that a picture is not taken.
Well, I don't believe she answered the initial question whether there was apparent blood that may be seen in this photo.
All right, can you clarify?
Let me just rephrase. There are pictures that are taken that don't show blood.
Yes,
So just because blood wouldn't be visible in a picture doesn't mean that you don't take a picture.
correct.
Now back to this, which is Defense Exhibit A5. This is the inside of the enclosed porch, right?
The other, yeah, to the left of the slider door.
Right. So right, if you were standing at the sliding door looking out,
Yes.
right, this is to the left, the driveway. If you walked out this door, you'd go over the driveway,
Correct.
right? I don't think we saw this angle in the direct examination, but this is a fair representation of this area.
Yes.
There's some more trash and bags. Right?
Bags, boxes.
There's also, if you look next to this, or I guess between the two blue storage containers, there's a bottle of Clorox.
Yes.
Now that wasn't tagged or seized by you?
No.
So let's go into the kitchen. In case I didn't say, this was Defense Exhibit A5, and I'm moving on to Defense Exhibit T1. Now, you testified earlier to an Alexa. This is to the top right there, right?
Yes.
It's kind of hard to see because the countertop is obscuring it, but there is a sort of carpet or rug cleaner. Right, this black device with the yellow bottom.
Oh, yes. I called it a vacuum.
Okay. This is a close-up of this carpet cleaner, right?
Yes.
And down there on the right, this plastic container, that's an attachment for that cleaner.
I believe so.
You testified to seeing some blue strands earlier. I think we see those underneath the cleaner.
Yes.
This is Defense Exhibit B5. This is standing in the enclosed porch looking into the area where that, that vacuum cleaner is, or that carpet cleaner.
Yes,
Again, to the right is that shovel that you talked about earlier.
yes,
Showing Defense Exhibit B6, which is tagged TLE 207.
yes,
That says Pro Strength Carpet Cleaner.
yes,
Right? So that would be a liquid that would be put into that rug cleaner to clean, right?
yes,
Next is Defense Exhibit U1. I know you talked about this on direct, so we won't belabor it, but this is, I think at one point you said RBS, but this is what appears to be blood on the fridge.
yes,
Defense Exhibit V1 is more blood on the fridge. Or what
I think-
appears to be
I
blood.
think that's the same stain. Or- From a different angle.
So, does this look like up there on the right to be the doors of the fridge?
Yes,
And this is
Is
close-up of that, and here is the, sorry,
is it the side? I can't tell by the angle.
I think what we're looking at is the left side of what we saw in V1.
Okay,
I'm going to move to Y1. This is labeled TLE 208. Actually, let me, before we get to that one. When there are blood stains like this, or any stains that appear that they might be blood or have evidentiary value, you mentioned briefly on direct how you collect that. You said there are 2 swabs involved.
yes,
Right, so one is a dry swab and one is a wet swab.
yes,
Now, I think it probably goes without saying that when you are on the scene collecting evidence, you do whatever you can to not disturb evidence that might have evidentiary value.
that's the goal.
So when you swab blood like this, or what you might think is blood, you are sort of altering that. You are destroying it by using those swabs, right?
Yes,
But other than examples of that, you don't apply cleaning solution to evidence, right? You don't apply cleaning solution?
no,
Go ahead.
I think your confusion is right. Is right.
Yeah.
You don't do anything to evidence other than what you need to do to collect it.
correct.
We're going to what is marked as Y1 for the defense. This is,
If needed, yes,
well, you tagged it, so.
yes.
Yeah.
But not everything gets tested, so,
Okay, you collected it for the possibility that it could be tested right now.
correct.
Also, on these cards, it looks like there's a ruler or a measurement at the bottom. Here would be the top.
Yes,
And it says metric, so are those in centimeters?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know what those numbers denote?
I think they're in centimeters,
Okay.
but it
Well,
doesn't.
regardless, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah,
I mean, regardless, you can look at that individual's hands and see that that red mark is pretty small.
yes,
It looks like maybe one droplet of liquid.
it looks like one drop.
So once you exit the kitchen, I don't believe we talked about this too much other than, or on the record, we talked about it too much other than the room with the mattress. But if you go down the hallway from the kitchen to that bedroom area, That hallway includes a bathroom,
Yes.
and you see a tag of 195 right there, to the left of the door frame of the bathroom.
Yes.
And that is what appears to be a red blood stain.
Yes.
Now, if you're looking at this photo and you're facing the bathroom and you turn yourself right, you'll look toward the end of the hallway, which opens up into a second bedroom. Now, the bedroom with the blood on the mattress is the bedroom to the right there.
With you can kind of see a human. Yes.
Okay. Where that person is standing.
Yes.
And the one straight ahead is the second bedroom.
Yes.
This is Defense Exhibit B6. Next is Defense Exhibit B7. This is a picture of the inside of that guest bedroom, that second bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about attending the autopsies. As you testified, you attended the autopsies of both victims.
Yes.
Did you take pictures when you were there?
I did not take them. Someone else did, I believe.
Okay. But you retrieved evidence?
I did.
Okay. And you recorded what you took, right?
Yes.
I think the list of that is on page 561 if you have
Thank
that.
you.
So I think in total, from top to bottom, it starts with TLE 91 and ends around TLE 157.
158.
I'm sorry?
158.
158. So quite a bit of evidence that was collected. Quite a bit of evidence was collected there.
Yes.
I'm just going to quickly go through some of the items. You could just reference your report if you need to, but TLE 92,
Yes.
those are blue pieces of tarp.
Chile 92. Yes.
Another one is, I think will be on your 562, TLE 111, it's a blue tarp.
Yes.
And TLE 113, that's a drop cloth.
Chile 113 paint drop cloth. Yes.
TLE 114, that's another drop cloth.
Yes.
There's, and I think those were all from the autopsy of Jenna. We'll move on to TLE 131, which is, I think, the first item from Christine.
Yes.
And that's a paint tarp with yellow tape on it.
Yes.
There's TLE 132, which is a garbage bag.
Yes.
TLE 133, which is a clear bag.
Yes.
Now, were you or other technicians there collecting that evidence for possible fingerprint analysis?
That's one of the things that we would test if that was asked of whatever was decided in the meetings. Yes.
Were there any explicit practices or protocols at the autopsies for testing whether there was fingerprint evidence on those items? Or were they just collected for someone else to potentially examine?
Right. We did not do in the field
Okay.
at the medical examiner. We did not do that.
Okay. And you collected rings from Christine Sullivan, right hand and her left hand?
Left hand. Yes. Yes.
From Defense Exhibit X3, which is a picture of her right hand rings, which are TLE 154, right?
I would need an evidence. I don't remember if those are the rings of 153 or 154.
Okay. You also collected fingernail clippings from both of the victims?
Yes.
You testified on direct that there were some body warrants that you executed,
Yes.
and so the jury's aware. That means you have the authority through that warrant to collect a person's clothes.
Yes.
You can take photographs of that person.
Yes.
You can take a cheek swab of them. That's typically to collect DNA evidence.
Yes.
And you executed a couple of those in this case, right?
Yes.
You also talked about the difference between major prints and fingerprints.
Major case prints and fingerprints. Yes.
And did you say that fingerprints were just the tip of somebody's finger?
No, not the tip. It's like the fatty portion. It's what
fatty
you get when you get arrested or printed for something.
Okay. And major case prints are basically the entire hand.
Yes.
You executed a body warrant for a man named Stephen Clough.
Yes.
You also talked about executing a warrant for Dean Smoronk.
Yes.
Smoronk, excuse me.
Yes.
Yes. Now, there was also a corresponding investigation into Dean Smoronk's drug enterprise,
Yes.
and you were involved in that as well,
Not as much as the homicide.
but you were involved in it.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
You did fill out a search warrant at some point.
I executed a search warrant at the house of the drug part. Is that what you're asking me?
That's correct. Well, you submitted an affidavit, an application for a search warrant. Well, I'll just begin. In November of 2018, you filed an application for a search warrant to search some of Dean's items for evidence of drug offenses.
Me personally, I'm the affiant of that one. I don't remember.
That's if I can approach.
Yes.
Okay. So this is for like devices.
Right.
Okay.
But that is your name. This was.
Yeah, that's me. Yes.
There aren't too many questions about it, but you did say that these were for some devices.
Yes.
Right, and these devices were initially obtained as part of the murder investigation.
Yes.
And this warrant was explicitly for a separate drug investigation.
I don't recall that.
If I showed you this, would that?
That would help me. Yes.
Can you just quickly skim the paragraph?
Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Yep. So one. I'm not going to memorize all
No,
of
that's fine. I want to
Okay.
ask about those.
Okay.
But this was for a drug investigation.
Yes.
I think that's it, but. Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No. May
All right.
this witness be released?
Yes. Maybe we sit down. Thank you.
Thank you.
That also brings us to 4 o'clock, so we will suspend for the day, and we'll return tomorrow at 10 a.m. If you can be here just a few minutes beforehand, so we can start on time. That's all right. Go ahead. All right, thank you, folks. Remember to leave your notebooks behind.
No, I just apologize that I didn't get you out at 3:45.
It was perfect. Thank you. All right. See you tomorrow.